The Fan.
First on The Fan, the NBA draft begins tonight at 5 p.m. Duke forward Cooper Flagg, he's expected to go number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. Blazers are going to be drafting tonight in the 11th spot, fresh off their trade of Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks to the Celtics for Drew Holiday. According to ESPN's Pete Thymal, Texas state officials have informed the Sun Belt Conference that they are expecting a formal invite to join the Pac-12. Texas State would give the Pac-12 their 8th football member, which is what the league needs to be an official FBS football conference. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurting, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Board. It is a Ropless edition of Prime Time today. Call a little Peyton Manning Omaha hot route.
Yeah, late too, and it's not like he's hungover or anything.
No.
Although you would think the day after the Fan Golf Classic, the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic, you would think then Rop is gone. One,
easy to connect those dots.
Well, his childish immune system. We're meeting a lot of people out there. We're shaking hands.
For sure.
And we know Rop, he can't handle any sort of germs. Or did you go to the after party and not able to make it in the next day? I'm here to report, as much as we love to make fun of Rop and his weak childlike immune system, he's actually dealing with a family matter.
Personal
circumstances. And we've talked a little bit on the show if you've listened. So he's dealing with something, and he may be out for a couple days. We don't know, but he called in, and we said, you know what, buddy, just every now and then you do one of those, you take care of you, and work's not that important. And he was actually going to maybe tough it out because of the NBA draft being today.
So very un-Rop-like.
That was very un-Rop-like to be like, no, I'm going to play hero ball. And we said, dude, just go take care of your family. So in all seriousness, we wish Rop and Nurse Nice and the family all the best. They're dealing with something that we all are going to have to deal with eventually. So we just wish him the best. And so at some point we think Rob's back this week, but we'll just we're going to give him some time to work out whatever he needs to work out. And, we'll go from there. But we appreciate Buckley jumping over. And then, of course, Klondike Will Ortner at a moment's notice. Like, we just send out the bat. We need like a Will Ortner bat signal.
The best ability is availability.
Yes, we just send that thing out in the air, and Will just shows up on the Batcopter. He gets here, which is like a Camry?
Yeah, I think I texted
Don't
him
tell people Camry? What I drive. We don't need people knowing what I drive.
I think I hit him up at 1:26 to say, hey, would you be able to produce today? And within 90 seconds, it was, no problem.
Dude, I just think if you see that silver Camry just circling, just know he's like a shark. He just is circling, waiting for someone to get the sniffles, waiting for a family emergency, and bam! Dude, he's in there.
You're just a blue-collar worker in a white-collar environment. Hey, I was mid-squat, I didn't like my lifting numbers today, and that brought my...
He's playing the Jaws theme as he's circling an open mic.
No. Just in that squat rack, just thinking
blood
about
in the water.
Just give me that chance. Give me that chance.
Okay, so the lead, of course, has to be both of you guys were out there today. I was unable to be out there because I was doing the best of show, but
it's so bad that the producers... we feel so... Anytime we get like one of those things where we get to go out of the cage, and then we just feel bad. Buckley's in there like, I just have to press buttons.
For a long time, we have not been doing best of shows. Usually, we find a way if one of us has gone to shift things around and just continue live shows. It seems like people like that, but that day is by far the toughest day to do it because everybody is out at the course. There's nobody really to fill in. And although that is not the hardest part of my job as a producer, it is one of the most tedious. I would wager I spend more time putting together the best of show than it takes to air. So,
well, I was laughing too because Dirt and Sprague recorded like a 2-hour.
They did like an evergreen.
Well, they did like top 10. Because after the Danny and Dusty, we ran a best of.
Yep.
And then Dirt and Sprague recorded like a 2-hour. They ranked. I think they're top 10 NBA players,
Like a rankings show.
like
yeah.
a ranking show. And I guess some people were pissed because like the night before the Anthony Simons trade broke, and so people tuned in the morning and. And instead of hearing a best of, because after a while you're like, oh, clearly, okay, this is a best of.
Yeah.
They were just listening to those two, and they were like, why are they talking about?
When are you gonna get to the news?
Where I don't care where you rank Kobe Bryant. So they had the foresight to do that, and it kind of backfired because it ended up being like a day where a lot of stuff happened.
Yeah.
And so it was just weird that the day none of us were here was a day that like something that people have been waiting for years with the whole Anthony Simons thing, and the kind of NBA went nuts in general.
Yeah.
Like the Celtics tore down like, their entire team and
Done.
like,
They're
48
gone,
hours.
basically. Down to the studs, and apparently more guys are still available.
Yeah.
We will end up getting to all that, but I want to hear more about the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic. Little Birdie did tell me that Will got a little toasty out there. I
think Will had a good time.
I think I saw you had
It was
multiple
warm.
stogies before noon, so that's always a good start.
Yeah, my voice is a little like we went through a lot of cigars. And like if you're not a cigar smoker, like maybe you feel it after one, but if you're someone that enjoys them a lot, you kind of take for granted cuz when you first start smoking cigars, you definitely will feel like you've been chewing on a cat turd like for the day after.
My dad always says you can tell when you've had a cigar when you wake up and it feels like an army's walked through your mouth.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been in all. I think I broke my first one at like 9:45, which is probably not the best.
But it's a golf day.
And I also started drinking at like 9:45 when I
It's a
got
golf
there.
day.
And so I think I ended up going through like 4 or 5 yesterday. At least
Okay.
4. I possibly had 5.
Excellent.
I woke up this morning and it was
Mouth
like
is raw.
it was a real Patrick Harris sort of thing. I was like, hey. I just felt like I should be doing this like a smoky jazz like club. All right, boys, let's hit it.
Only you. Only
Yeah.
you.
My lips, like I had like the tingly lips like all day. I was like, oh, maybe not the best idea to.
Maybe there's a reason people don't have that many in
Yeah,
one
maybe next year we
chain smoking
maybe
cigars.
next day we cut it down to 3. But no, I distribute amongst everybody so that we can all have the raspy voice. But Will played 8. Well, he played 36. I think he played both.
I played
morning.
18.
You only played 18?
No, last year I played 36. I got to play with great crew, Brandon, Mark, and then Dwayne sets it up every year. Great group of dudes. Got to play with them in the morning, and then I was actually at hole 12 all day. Russ came and joined me at the end, but I was there pretty much by
Will
myself.
had a good time.
Nice.
Will
How'd you hit him?
Will had a good time.
See, Jake asked me that, and I'm going to tell you right now, I have no idea what my score
That's
was.
fine.
Yeah,
It's,
I
had
it's
a-
a scramble or
it's a
shamble,
shamble.
right? Yeah.
I did true birdie, and then otherwise I got no clue.
That's all that matters. But we got to meet a bunch of listeners, and thanks to all the sponsors that were out there. And
Yeah, I heard the drinks were good. The food was good.
yeah, Matt's Barbecue, Victor Rico's was out there. That they provided all the food. It was just it was great. I think a lot of beverage holes. How about that?
Yeah.
A lot of beverage holes.
Yep.
So we had a great time, and I believe we're gonna do it for the 12th year. That
Any
was the
golf
11th
highlights? Any hole-in-ones? Any massive drives?
Well,
like,
we didn't.
I know you guys
like,
didn't
we didn't play. We were on hole 6, just meeting people, and then I got in a cart and we kind of drove around and said hi to everybody. No, we did see, and I told him, I would call him. I can't remember his name, but we had a guy that had his first eagle, had the albatross.
Oh.
Dude drilled one, dunked it from like 210 out.
Wow.
Yeah, hit like a 3 hybrid.
Nice.
And he came by and he was stoked. And I don't think he was a very good golfer.
So when you get that one, it's like a
Yeah.
unicorn in the wild.
So they said like he hit the shot and he goes, "Oh my God, it's the best shot I've ever hit." And they went up looking for it and he was pissed. He thought maybe he flew the green.
Right.
And
Because if you're an average golfer, you're more confident you missed the target entirely than it being
Yes.
in the hole.
Yeah, and then so they said they were looking around for it, couldn't find it. So I'm sorry, I forgot your name. We met so many people, but yeah, he dunked one from like 210 out. And after the round, he went and he wanted the card.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
great.
he turned to the
Sure.
card. He's like, "Hey, can I get the card?" I was like, "Dude, go get your card. You're
Yeah,
fine." So I think that one was going up on the wall. I don't think we had a hole in one. We had someone that came within like maybe it was like about 8 inches.
Okay.
About 8 inches from a hole in one.
Okay.
Could have won I believe a Toyota Prius.
Oh,
I
I
think
didn't realize
was-
there was a car on the line.
Yeah, we had the
yesterday.
Prius on the
Okay.
line. Toyota put on. They were like our presenting sponsor.
Yeah, local Toyota dealers.
Yeah. So Prius, someone came pretty close to that, but didn't get it. So I think there was some controversy. Some olds
Oh.
won the whole thing, and their score may have been. There were some people that were questioning the score.
I've seen some traction for these types of things on social media. Maybe it's just my algorithm with golf and betting and things like that. But it does seem like these really, really low scores in shambles and scrambles get kind of stuck in people's craw a little bit.
It was a low number. Like, and look, I'm not here to judge because, you're going on your handicaps and.
Well, and everyone wants to assume that everything's above board on the honor system, but then you hear a score and you're like, wow.
I will say this 1,000 times over. I once saw a presenting sponsor at their own golf tournament. I had the privilege, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I played in a very loose celebrity capacity, right? In a company's golf tournament. And I ended up playing with the owner of said company.
Okay.
He was providing the prizes, and that dude cheated so badly. I mean, it was shocking.
And there's now in golf, there are many ways to cheat. So are we just saying calling a 7 a 6 or like kicking the ball around or
foot wedges, redos, gimmies, fudging scores? Like, dude, there's no way we've got a birdie on that hole. Oh no, we did. Like, what? Like random balls coming out over the like from like a bunker down below. Going up on the green and seeing like 6 golf balls, there's 4 of us. How are 6 on the green? What is happening? Just the most blatant thing. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, do I say something? It's his tournament. I'm like, are we doing a bit? And by the way, everyone else going along with it. No one seems concerned with it at all. And we get
nice shot, Judge.
We get to the end and I see the final score and I'm like, oh my God. And I just sat there and you would have thought that he won the Masters. And I was like, dude, you won a golf tournament that you put on and you won a prize
that you provided.
I don't want to say what the prize because you
Sure.
His company, like his product was the grand prize.
So it's clearly all just about the pride and the ego of it all, right?
Couldn't believe
like that.
Yes.
But that is something.
So I will state for the record that if you cheat at one of these golf tournaments, and there's not like, I mean, I guess if there's like a car as the prize, I guess maybe, but like, dude, most of the time your prizes are a couple $100 or like $1,000 for like the best prize.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's doing it for the prize. He's doing it for the ego stroke.
You are a giant douche. You just are. Take a long, hard look in the mirror and realize
it's kind of douchey.
First off, don't. And I'm a douche. And I'm not saying what happened yesterday. I don't know. I don't know if it's above board. Several people were a little upset.
We won the Natty!
And the only thing I would tell you is the people that won, a little bit on the older side, a little bit on the not moving around well side. I don't know.
Must have been a hell of a stick.
Hey, there's some old timers out there that are aces. So they may have just been throwing darts all day. There was a couple tables that were
a little groaning going on.
Yeah, it was a little groaning. I told everybody, well, dude, just calm down. Like, it's not that big a deal, okay? Like, so to the 3 or 4 tables that were all huffy at me, take a deep breath. Not that big a deal. Maybe they were really good and they deserved it. If not, congratulations, dude, on your foot wedge and the pencil wedge. And I hope you enjoy whatever it is you want. But we had a great time.
Seemed like a big day for straw hats, too. You had a straw hat. Danny had a jaunty straw hat thing going on.
Well, Danny went with the Alabama Jones hat, which I don't have. Like, I had a party hat. Danny was going with like that. He went with like the Nick Saban. Danny was ready to coach high school football.
Isn't the Nick Saban like isn't that like more of like a felt type thing? His was still like a
no. Nick
straw...
Saban's is the straw.
Is it?
That's the Bobby Bowden
coaching
hat.
The coaching hat.
That's the coaching hat.
Gotcha.
So he was getting hit with the Alabama Jones a lot.
Lots of straw hats out on the course by everyone.
Lots of beards I saw.
Well, beards are in right now. Beards are having a moment. Bald heads are having a moment. So it makes sense that they were out.
It's good news for you too.
I'm very proud.
When I'm going out, the Met straw hat, that's a staple of my. When I'm going to be outside all day and there's going to be drinking and cigars and sun, There's only one hat that makes that appearance, and that's the Met Strata. Although to be honest with you, it's getting a little beat up. Might be time to invest in a new one.
Yeah, I've got like this won't surprise you at all. I got a bucket hat from Costco. It was an Adidas one. It's a golf and it's waterproof, so multifunctional, price.
You and your Costco.
That's right.
You were just walking through that Costco and you
I'm
said,
like, ooh,
you said $14.99.
I could do that. I could use that mowing the lawn. I could use that on the golf course, and I might this weekend.
Just say no to Costco clothes, boys. Just say no.
Souk did make an old man's day.
How's that?
He met Grandpa Gary Ortner.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes. And Grandpa Gary was wearing a
It's the biggest Marines hat you've ever seen.
Yeah.
You
Nice.
could see it from space.
Yeah, and he was very excited to tell me about. He wanted to hear about my Bi-Mart experience where I ran into the other Marine.
Yeah,
guy.
I was gonna ask you. Did Grandpa Gary say he'd run through your ass too?
No, Grandpa Gary was great. I liked what Grandpa Gary had going on. Yeah, we met a lot of really cool people. So that's the best part about that tournament is you just get out, and we've said it a million times. We have the best listeners in the world. We can't do it without you guys, and we see the same faces like year in and year out. So get to know some of those guys and see them year to year and all.
Yeah,
the
for
new
a lot
faces.
of our listeners, it is an annual tradition for them. They do it every year.
Yes, so it's just it's one of our favorite times of the year, and it's Langdon Farms does a great job. And again, just to all the listeners out there, thank you for coming out. And I do believe I try to, when we go out there, I try to make sure I meet every single person. If you come out to that tournament, I shook your hand, we talked, we chatted, we had a drink, we had a cigar, something. I try to make sure that we get a little one-on-one FaceTime with every single people out there, including Grandpa Gary, who was delightful. So thank you for coming out, and we hope to see you guys next year for the 12th annual.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you again to all of our sponsors for helping put on the event. Once again, a success. Now it's time for us to get into some actual news because today is a day. It's a sports day.
Well, yesterday we had a lot of news too.
We just couldn't get
talk
to
about
it.
that.
But yeah, we had a Blazers trade, and it's draft night. We will get to that coming up next. An SOB edition of Primetime 1080 The Fan.
The Portland
SOB edition. The lean sports season has begun for us with no more basketball, no more hockey, but we do get a significant sports event today.
Yeah.
The NBA draft coming your way. Now, coverage starts at 5. That means we won't get the first pick until 5:15-ish. Blazers scheduled to pick 11th, so we might not even get the pick while we're on the air. That's going to be close.
You're not going to get my 17-minute deep breakdown into Ace Bailey and what I've heard.
I want to know the 1970s comps that you have for Kasparas Yakachunas.
I was talking to 37 people today about Ace Bailey. I don't have that. So I can tell you, apparently everyone thinks Ace Bailey is an ass. How about that?
That's the only prospect that I actually want to talk about today because I find
everyone hates him.
I find it so fascinating that he is so widely regarded as being so good and no one wants any part of him. And also he wants no part of a handful of teams too, apparently.
I love that no matter what draft it is, no matter in what sport, there's always one guy that can't read the room.
Yep.
There's just one guy, and I'm fascinated by people that can't get out of their own way.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember Vontaze Burfict in the NFL did this, or I think Shedeur Sanders certainly did that this year for, in the NFL. And you get these guys that just have literally done nothing, but they've been told how great they are. And so you get to this point and it's like, he's refusing to work out for teams. He's sliding down. Some people think he's going to fall out of the top 10.
Well, and apparently, once you get, again, we'll get to the Ace Bailey stuff in just a little bit, but we have to tackle some Blazers headlines first because, there was big news that broke Monday night. This was no less than 5 minutes after we got off the air on Primetime. It was like you get the Shams bomb coming through or whatever.
And then I was like, oh, great, we don't have a show tomorrow.
No show tomorrow. So now it's like we're about 48 hours behind on the news, roughly. But
circle back, Tarantino, back to front.
It bears discussing, though, because a significant move for the Blazers. They finally move off of Anthony Simons. Yeah. The writing was on the wall there. He was getting towards the end of his contract. There had even been some rumblings they might sign him to an extension, but he was always a piece that I think a lot of people thought you could move to try to do some different things with your roster. Sure. And now they have. So they've sent him off to Boston with 2 second-round picks, and in return, they get Drew Holiday, who 3-and-D vet, 35, 3 years left, $110 million left on his contract.
Nothing says rebuilding team like a 35-year-old player coming off his worst season
with a 9-figure salary,
with $100 million in salary over the next 3 years. I mean, I know this was like all the shows were hotly debating this today, and can I just say for the record, and I may be the only one that thinks this, and let me also qualify this, is I am not a diehard NBA scribe, but I truly look at this and I just am like, whatever. Look, Anthony Simons doesn't move the needle. You've never won with Anthony Simons. You weren't going to win with Anthony Simons.
Good scorer, good at getting his own bucket.
20 points.
It hadn't amounted to anything for you, and there's a lot of guys who can do that for you.
There's so many guys in the NBA that can shoot the ball a little bit and can give you 20 a night, and that provide nothing else, right? Not a true point guard, doesn't play defense. We saw him last year try to be the focal point of the offense. He can't carry an offense by himself. He needs to be the 5th best player on a team. 4th, 5th best player, maybe in a Peyton Pritchard role. Mm-hmm. Great. But last year, didn't have a good year. Came down, you either had to extend him, which you probably weren't going to do. I don't know why you would, or you deal him. And I think you found out exactly what he was worth. And that is a 35-year-old guard coming off an injury-plagued season that is a shell of his former self, that doesn't want to be here, by the way, according to reports. And this is what you got. So this is why I say, this is the equivalent, when the 49ers this offseason lost all these guys that were name players. Mm-hmm. And everyone was like, oh.
Deebo Samuel gone.
And you're like, he's not a factor.
Yeah.
Anthony Simons was not a factor for you last year. He wasn't a factor. What is having him on the team ever done for you? Other than we got to hear for almost a decade, Anthony Simons is going to pop. Anthony Simons is going to pop. You should have dealt him 4 years ago when there was this intrigue about him. But you know what he is? He's a worse version of CJ McCollum. We know what CJ was worth. He's a nice player. He can play in the NBA. Doesn't do anything for you other than
he's not necessarily moving the needle as far as making you better or getting you closer to a playoff appearance, to a playoff series win.
He takes up a spot of a young player that you still hope maybe turns into something. And so you send him out. I could give a two flying what's about the second round picks. We talked about this, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, they're just currency.
I don't care. Yeah, go. So what did you get back in return? You got Drew Holiday. Unless Drew Holiday is just a stable pony, a la Crash Davis for like Nuke Lelouch, like
I don't think he's at that point of his career where he's expecting that.
Well, and that's the report is he's not happy, and I don't blame him.
So I saw that report refuted today. If you didn't see it yesterday, it came out that Holiday and his camp were, quote, pissed about being sent to the Blazers, that he knew because of the second apron and because of the Tatum injury that he could be a cap casualty, as well as Kristaps Porzingis, and both of them were. Yeah. But he thought, wait a second, I'm supposed to be going to a team who can win right now. Yeah. And I looked at that move and thought, that'd be a great move if the Blazers thought they had a chance of competing or contending right now.
It totally makes sense. And whether that's a true report or not, I don't know. The guy that reported, by the way, is like a 30-year writer for like the Boston Globe.
Right. Yeah, very reputable. So there's something else today. I think his camp is now pushing back, saying we never said that. But
who knows, right? But you're telling me that a 35-year-old player coming off his worst season, probably of his career, wants to go from winning a title in Milwaukee, winning a title in Boston, to now coming here and, dude, essentially, you're being brought in to mentor either Scoot or to mentor whatever big point guard that you draft in this year's draft. You're telling me at 35 years old, that's how you want to finish out your career?
Can't be.
There's just no way.
Yeah. And that's why I've been like surprised that Jeremy Grant has been around as long as he's been. Like I keep thinking he's going to ask for out, because it seems like for players in that stage of their career, it doesn't seem like the right spot right now. We talked a while back about Chris Paul and the possibility of him. Like there's certain points or stages of guys' careers that it makes sense for them to be in Portland, and for Holiday that seems like a disconnect.
Yeah, and then I've also heard like, oh, maybe Holiday in 2 years. So you're telling me that in 2 years he's an expiring deal. He'll make $37 million and going into that third year. He'll be 37 going on 38 years old.
What are you getting back then?
What are you getting back other than just, so we're saying that in a couple years that expiring deal is going to be worth so much. So I just think you traded to me someone that doesn't move the needle, that was never going to move the needle, for someone that moved the needle 3 or 4 years ago that no longer moves the needle and still plays the position of the guy that you're hoping one day can move the needle. The only thing that makes sense is if you're trying to move Holiday to another contender for another move down the road.
Yeah, that's possible.
Or just maybe this is simply the case of Chauncey Billups and Joe Cronin feel like they need to win, and they need to win now. And maybe they think that Drew Holiday gets you to the play-in. Because I guess you can make the case if Holiday's healthy and has a bounce back year, although you know me, I hate betting on aging players coming off injury plagued season. I don't know if you know how the human body works, but it usually doesn't start getting magically better at the age of 35.
No.
But in
not
theory,
unless you're on that LeBron blood spinning routine.
I mean, in theory, if Holiday has a healthy year and he's engaged, he makes you better than Anthony Simons
for
did.
sure. And then if you think about guys like him, Holiday, Kamara, and Klingon, you're starting to build a pretty deep defensive roster.
And he's not the defensive player that he was.
No, definitely not.
But it's an improvement. And so from that standpoint, if you want to tell me that you went from being a 30, what did they win? 30?
I think we decided 36 games.
36? Okay. So you Drew Holiday, you win 30. I just think this is to me why it's not a huge deal. It's a big deal, and then Anthony Simons is finally gone. But again, you moved out a never was for something, I don't want to call him a has-been, but he's not a player that moves the needle. If you want, Boston looked at it and was like, yeah, no, like we're not winning a title this year, so we're not paying your money, out of here. And what you got for him was a guy in Anthony Simons that Boston probably doesn't really want. He's just a placeholder.
Because he's an expiring
deal. That's Drew Holiday. So if you think that Drew Holiday is coming in here to make Portland significantly better, he's not. So it's trading one kind of mid-level player for an older but better slightly mid player. And to me, that doesn't move my needle either way. So it's a big news that Anthony Simons is gone. But if we're actually talking about the impact of it, I give it 2 thumbs. Whatever.
It's actually pretty neat.
To me, this also screams of like, this is part 1. And I think that people rush to judge and go, oh, Portland got fleeced or Boston got fleeced. And you haven't seen the entirety of what's going to happen here. So if Drew Holiday, like if you look at it in a vacuum and 10 years from now, nothing happens, right? Like the Blazers keep Drew Holiday, he plays out the rest of his contract, he retires, whatever, then yeah, it might not be a great trade and it's dumb. But if that trade sets up the next Drew Holiday trade where you're trading him somewhere else and you get younger in return, you get a better player.
I've heard that. And look, I'm not bashing this trade. I'm really not.
Fair.
Especially if it's part of a bigger means to an end.
I mean, Anthony Simons was not in the future, like here. He just wasn't. And if they would have extended him. So I'm not trying to sit here and like slaughter this. I'm just saying Drew Holiday is a better player than Anthony Simons. He has been a better player. Mm-hmm. He's older, but
he was just an Olympian.
He's just an Olympian. Drew Holiday is a really good player. I just wish we had him 3 years ago. Sure. And I wish that you had Drew Holiday is the perfect piece for a team that is close and getting over the hump. He proved it in Milwaukee. Yep. He proved it in Boston. What hump are you getting over in Portland? So it's not even Drew Holiday. For where this franchise is, that's why I said he's a stable pony. If he's being brought in to mentor Scoot, I guess, but does he want to do that? But I have heard so many times from the Blazers that it's like, well, it'll be a larger piece. We heard it when they moved CJ. We heard it when they signed Jeremy Grant. I get tired of hearing, well, we'll see what we're doing down the road. And if they do, great. But you can't keep dangling that carrot in front of me and then expect me to get excited about what may or may not happen when the track record here is that it doesn't happen. So all I can go on is Drew Holiday is a Portland Trailblazer, and you are slightly, and I mean slightly better, and that makes you no better in the West. A game or two here or there, I don't know.
It does not change your trajectory as far as the next
not
season's
for me
concerned.
In any sort of way. But also, I'm not naive enough to think that Anthony Simons was going to bring you some sort of giant haul.
Or that suddenly next year was going to be the year for him or
exactly.
something. Yeah.
So, like, if you thought Anthony Simons was going to bring you, like, this great asset that was going to make you better, then I got Waterfront to sell you in Nebraska. Like, so from that standpoint, that's why I said I don't hate the trade. You took someone that wasn't going to be a part of your future, and you brought in someone that may be part of your future for the next couple of years, and I don't know, maybe has a bounce back year, but I just think we're making it a bigger deal on the court than it is. It's a bigger deal from a headline standpoint than it actually is, in my opinion, in wins and losses or an impact on how it. There's no one that's going to look at this and be like, oh, look out for Portland now.
Exactly right.
And if he was, then he would still be in Boston.
It feels like both teams doing something that they think serves them a little better than what they had. And for Boston, certainly financially motivated. And Portland will wait and see, because it very well could be part of something else, but we've yet to see them be that type of team that turns and wheels and deals and deals and deals and deals again. So if it happens, great. If not, welcome aboard Drew Holiday.
Come on board. Hopefully you don't hate it here.
Well, the Blazers have the 11th overall pick in tonight's draft. We'll give you a little bit of a draft preview, top prospects, what the board's looking like, and guys who have been rumored to be possible Blazers. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Ortner has a SportsCenter update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
SportsCenter is brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on The Fan, the first round of the NBA draft gets underway tonight. Looks like Duke forward Cooper Flagg will be the number 1 overall pick to the Dallas Mavericks. Your Portland Trail Blazers, they're going to be drafted later on tonight in the 11th spot. Obviously, they're fresh off their trade of Anthony Simons. 2 second-round picks to the Celtics for Drew Holiday. Over in the NFL, the Seahawks are bringing back veteran cornerback Shaquille Griffin on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Could end up being worth up to $4 million if Griffin hits all of his incentives. Griffin spent his first 4 years of the league in Seattle, and he made 1 Pro Bowl back in 2019. Over in the MLB, couple day games already finished up in Milwaukee. The Brewers were able to beat the Pirates despite Paul Skeens pitching today. Brewers won that game 4-2. Yelich had an RBI. And the Padres took care of business against the Nationals at home in San Diego. They won a high-scoring 1-0 game. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the North.
Welcome back to Primetime, an SOB edition. Ryan Buckley, Jason Sakanik, and Will Ortner here with you this afternoon on this 2025 NBA Draft Day. The Portland Trail Blazers, now sans Anthony Simons. And a note on that, Simons, the last player of the Neil Olshey era. So he was the last one that was added to the roster by Neil Olshey before Cronin took over. So end of an era, officially.
Well, and kind of an old to a new regime bridge is they both overvalued the same player, aka CJ McCollum,
the scoring guard,
Anthony Simons. Yeah, a scoring guard that doesn't do a whole lot else. And I think CJ McCollum is a better player than Anthony Simons. And this is why it's dicey with young players, and it's dicey with Sharp, it's dicey with Scoot, it's dicey with anybody. Is that we've heard for Anthony Simons has been here for what, 7, 8 years? He's been here a while because I want to say he's like
2019, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's been a while since he's been here because he came into the league as like an 18-year-old kid, and I think he's 27, 28 now. So he's been here a while, and the amount of times I have heard from Blazer players, from Blazer management, from fans of he is the next thing. Wait until this kid pops. Well, he never popped. He's a fine NBA player. And by the way, someone, I don't think Boston, but someone's going to give him, $33, $35 million a year. And that dude's going to have a 13, 14-year NBA career. And he may end up somewhere. If he played a Peyton Pritchard role on a championship team, he'd be perfect. I don't know about making $35 million, but he'd be an unbelievable sixth guy. And so he's going to have a long NBA career, but he just doesn't do anything else. He doesn't move the needle, which is why I said the NBA is just full of these guys. And that's why I don't care who it is. When you're talking about young emerging players, it's just a dicey proposition. Because all the signs can be there, and it never really comes to fruition. And I think that was Anthony Simons. And God, we've seen this 1,000 times over in Portland. We can put him on a cast of characters. In Portland, do we want to go down from Rudy Fernandez to Sergio to CJ McCollum to you name it? Like we do this all the time, and I'm not saying that it's our fault that we do this because I think every team does it, right? It's like, oh, he's a young emerging player. The NBA is littered. The scrap heap is littered with players like this, and you just hope that the next version of this, Scoot and Sharp probably are the ones that fall into this. Denny looks like I think he's on the proper side of this. I think what you have in Tumani. What his upside is, we'll see. But I think he has kind of established a really good foothold. But everyone else, from Klingon to Scoot to Sharp, they're all in this category right here, where we hear now, oh, wait till he pops. Wait till he pops. The scary one for me is Sharp.
Because Sharp had... He's been a guy who could show flashes from the beginning. Yes. Thunderous dunks, can get hot, and when he does, he becomes really hard to stop. But clearly effort was an issue with him this last year. He could not be in the starting lineup because Chauncey couldn't trust him defensively. And then oddly, he ended up playing some of his best games off the bench because he was pissed off about being on the bench. Yeah, so but then it never ended up translating to him actually getting in the lineup. So is the buy-in going to be there for him to be that good?
Well, that kind of feels a little bit like Anthony Simons.
Sure.
Who, 7 seasons. He's there for 7 years.
Yeah, got here in 2018. He first averaged 3, 8, and 7 in his first 3 years, but then he made his big jump from 2020 to the 2021 season where he goes to 17 points a game, then averages 21, 22, and 19 last season. But consistently right around 40% three-point shooter, a little bit below, but you know what you're getting. About 20 points a night, couple assists.
And I would like to point out, just for the sake of argument, Shaedon Sharp, again, both not college players, right? Both came right out of high school, the academies. 9, 15, 18 for Sharp. Bench because of effort. Defense, little dodgy at times, right? Certainly has shown flashes. Shoots the three ball at a career 33%. Gets you what? 4 rebounds? 4 rebounds a game. Gets you 2 assists. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I do.
That's my fear. And again, 3 years is different than 7 years. But it kind of smells to me, do you have another guy that can score 15 to 20 points and have some highlights and then not shoot the ball particularly well and not really rebound
You
and
could
not
probably find
necessarily.
someone cheaper to do that.
So, it's this is the struggle of trying to rebuild your team is when you hit on Shea and you hit on Chet and you hit on Williams. And by the way, because you hit on Williams and Shea, it allows Chet to come along slowly. When you hit on a couple of these guys that really turn into all-star type level players, you end up winning championships. But for a lot of the league, you end up with players that average 15 to 20 points, couple other statistical categories that are very mid, and you just string it out and string it out and string it out, and you wait, and then you wake up one day 7 years later, and you're like, son of a,
Didn't pop.
It's a Denny Green. They are who we thought they are, and that's my fear. And so you just hope that with Scoot and with Shea, both those guys, because if you want to know how this team gets better in the long run, it's not Drew Holiday, it is Donovan Clingan, it is Shaden Sharp, and it is Scoot, all getting significantly better year after year after year. Because I think you have an idea of what Tumani and Denny are, and you need those others to really kind of grow and not stagnate and just make 30 million a year and be 30 million a year guys that don't really move the needle for you.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we will get into what type of a player you might want to see the Blazers draft with the 11th overall pick tonight. Should they keep it? There are a handful of names. Some you may know, some you may not, but we will get into draft coverage, the Blazers' 11th pick, and the 10 players who could be going ahead of them. Coming up next, a SOB edition of Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
without a doubt.
All-time B.
This is like I'm not a huge hippity hop guy.
What?
But the 90s hip hop,
Yeah.
like that era,
Yep.
like growing up, I'll admit that can still get me from still wrote me in from time to time.
Yeah, that Dr. Dre era, Dre and Snoop,
And then like
around those like mid to early 90s,
and then like getting into some of the Jay-Z stuff
Sure.
and like Nas, some of that. And then
Yep.
I can't I don't do a lot of the new stuff because again, I'm an old white guy. So just
I was in high school when the Chronic 2001 came out,
Oh,
and boy, that was a banger.
Yes. That was the land of everyone started to like
The
White-
the collabs and all that.
well, no, just like everyone in my high school and like junior, it was like more like junior high for me. Everyone started wearing like LA Kings and like Chicago White Sox hats, and there was the gangster rap thing certainly swept Vancouver, Washington.
Straight out of the couve.
All of
Big
a sudden-
Easy E fan were you?
You what?
Big Easy E fan were you?
There were a lot of those. There were a lot of those kids, and I'm like, dude, you grew up in Cascade Park? No way, dude. Straight G, straight G. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little more about the NBA draft, which is tonight. The Blazers have the 11th overall pick. A little dealer's choice here. What do you want to get into first? You want to get into how the top of the draft looks, or do you want to get into what the Blazers might be looking for at their spots?
Well, I think we know what the first three picks are all but set in stone, and then after that, it's kind of like Thunderdome, right?
And see, I thought it was the first two, really. Obviously it's Flag to Dallas, and then it seems like it's very clearly Dylan Harper to San Antonio.
Literally everything I've seen, and again, take this for what it's worth, because I just do when it comes to like stuff like this, I just group think it, right?
Sure.
I try to read as much as possible. I do not think I've seen a single mock in the last 3 days that doesn't have VJ Edgecombe, the kid from Baylor, going to Philadelphia.
And the only thing I've heard about that is that Edgecombe had a one-on-one workout with Philly where he shot the ball exceptionally poorly. He appeared nervous, and that's not a reason for them not to draft him. But I was also hearing that they don't necessarily they may not be in love with him in that spot, and they could be a trade back candidate if somebody wanted to trade up.
I have heard the trade thing.
And so not that Edgecombe wouldn't be a fit for them, but we talked about Ace Bailey a little earlier, who's become an enigma and might be good enough to be the third taken overall. But we don't know. It certainly doesn't seem like the Sixers want him. And then he has said that he doesn't want any part of the Charlotte Hornets at 4, and he doesn't want any part of the Jazz at 5.
He's like refusing to work out.
He will not work out for these teams. And so
I love
maybe
it.
someone likes him enough to go get him at 3, but you're right. Otherwise, it seems like it's probably Edgecombe there, and then it does get more interesting as far as what could happen.
I have heard from so many people that just saying that after you get past that third spot, that
Who knows?
4 to all the way back to Portland, whatever, dude, throw a dart. And that Portland seems to, at this point, kind of centered either on Yakachunas, the big point guard, 6'6" point guard out of Illinois, or Carter Bryant, the wing out of Arizona.
Yeah.
Those seem to be the two that, if you believe what was being put out there amongst media type, that's kind of where Portland would be looking. And if it's Carter Bryant, makes sense. 6'6" wing, Arizona.
That's such an interesting situation though, because like you had mentioned earlier with like Reed Shepherd, like Carter Bryant was a guy who, even though he's got all the measurables and has the look of a lottery pick, really, he didn't start for Arizona.
No.
So like his production on paper isn't special, but he might be a special player.
Yeah, freshman, right? So it was like 6'6" and something in shoes. He's like a 6'8", because I always get weird when it's like the bare feet. He's like a 6'8" wing guy, very athletic, shoots the ball. And then the other one, the Yakachunas kid, big playmaking point guard.
And I actually saw him play a little bit because the Ducks did play him.
And that was the game, dude. The Oregon got run off the court.
Yeah, he smoked him.
But you got to wonder, like, if they go with Yakachunas, does that kind of? I'm not saying that like signals the end of Scoot, but if you draft a guy that's it's a big point guard, doesn't that kind of?
Yeah, unless you think that you can play that they're different enough that you can play them differently together. Like
then,
you could move him off the ball perhaps, but
I would.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just wonder. That's my only thing. Like if you end up going with the big point guard out of Illinois, I just wonder if maybe that says something about what you think of Scoot. Because certainly at this point, Scoot had a nice bounce back the second half of the season, but I think it's certainly fair to ask the question: has Scoot done anything to lead you to believe that they won't draft his replacement? So I think that'll be interesting. If it's if it's
And Yakachun is 6'6".
yeah, he's a big guy.
Yeah, so,
if
you could play him at the 2 and still have him handle the ball quite a bit.
yeah, I just think if it's
But you
then
wonder
again,
if it's redundant with Scoot.
but then you got Shaden Sharp. Like
Yep.
so
Yeah.
I don't know. If it's Carter Bryant, that I think is just okay, makes sense. Got a guy you like, young, big upside. How many athletic, rangy wings can you have? Dude, just stock your team with those guys. I just think if it's the point guard, I just think it's interesting. I think it's a fair question going into next season because then you'll have seemingly Drew Holiday, and I would think Drew Holiday starts. Does he not? Or
You would think.
Is Holiday going to be okay coming off the bench behind Scoot? I mean, so
Yeah, I don't know.
and then you'll have a top 3 pick in Scoot going into his 3rd year. You'll have Holiday, who's 35, who I would assume is not going to be happy being a role player on a
Leading the second unit.
on a maybe a play-in team, and then you've got another, very young, talented point guard fighting for minutes. I just think that'll be the road that if that's what they go down, I think that's the more fascinating, if you will, maybe drama-filled road.
Yeah.
Or again, I guess, Agor Demon could be another guy that fits that, but he was a guy that was linked to him. But for the most part, it feels like Demon is going to be
off the board.
No, Demon will
slide further back.
Demon will slide down. That the Yakachunas and Demon kind of a little bit of the same player, and that Yakachunas is just I haven't seen any mocks where Demon goes before
ahead of Yakachunas.
Yes,
yeah.
And Portland seems to be linked off with that because. If those two are on the board, it seems to be that's the consensus that he's the better prospect, even though they're both bigger, rangier point guards with maybe some shooting struggles.
Well, this will be heartbreaking for you because I know how bad you wanted to become a Con head here in Portland, but it does appear that while Con Knipple was once going to be in range for the Blazers potentially, it seems as though he will be long gone before they pick. A couple other names to just keep on the radar. You mentioned Yegor Demon. Also, Derek Queen, the kid out of Maryland, is still somebody who could potentially be in the mix depending on how things fall. Kind of a bigger... almost like a Zebo type body, and you wonder what you could get out of him. And then
he kind of might be a bit of a.
Yeah.
Some people think he might be a bit of a bonehead.
Yeah.
maybe there's some character issues.
He was the guy that, when asked at the tournament, what makes him so confident in playing for his head coach, and he said,
"He do pay us the money."
And then the other one, and we'll get to this story maybe coming up next, but Noah Esenge, he's French, and he may be off the board as well. I've seen him mocked at 9 recently, but an interesting story from him because he's going to be at the draft tonight instead of at his team's championship series. Red flag? Not so much. We'll discuss that and other draft stuff more coming up next on this SOB edition of Primetime 1080 The Fan.
McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, according to ESPN's Pete Thamel, Texas State officials have informed the Sun Belt Conference that they are expecting a formal invite to join the Pac-12. Texas State would give the Pac-12 their 8th football member, which would make the league officially an FBS football conference. They need 8 football members right now. They have 8 total, but they have Gonzaga, who is not a football member. Pac-12 needs Texas State. The Seahawks are bringing back veteran cornerback Shaquille Griffin. He's on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Could end up being worth $4 million. Griffin spent his first 4 years in the league in Seattle. He ended up making 1 Pro Bowl in 2019. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is your home for year-round.
Number 2 of Primetime, an SOB edition. Rob out today. We don't know if he'll be back tomorrow. He may not be back this week, but we've got his back, and we will soldier on this NBA draft edition of Primetime. The Blazers with the 11th overall pick tonight. No idea who's going to be sitting there for
If
him.
Portland trades away Simons just to draft another point guard, I might just give up my fanhood and move on to a different team. By the way, no, you won't. This is the one thing I love about fans. You're a fan. You can live like whether it's Dirt, who is just like Dirt's gonna melt down one day over the Blazers. Danny, who's a cockeyed optimist who always believes Portland is one move away from like being a serious contender, and every fan in between those two things. They're like Rob. There's just the apathy. Is like there's all varying versions of it. But at the end of the day, if this team gets good, you'll be back.
Of course.
You can say that you may be frustrated.
Yeah,
you can
giving up
you'll
on
be back.
fully giving up on your favorite team,
You'll be
especially
back.
when it's your local team.
No.
That's not happening.
No. And that's why they have you by the balls, or they've got you by the goods.
Except for Swag. Didn't he officially denounce the Cowboys and now he's done with
He'll
them?
be back. If you shut up, dude. If the Cowboys go back to being good and they go to a Super Bowl, Swag will be like, okay, I'm back.
Well, I've been a lifelong fan.
I've been a lifelong fan. You'll be back. You will. No one's giving up their fanhood. They can sit there and they can torture you for 25 years. And all it takes is that one winning streak that they got, right? What was when they won, like, what was like 11 of...
Yeah, they won like 10 out of 12 or something, or 11 out of 12 or something.
And Motor Center's back. Oh, we're back, baby. Blazers, here we come.
This is the future.
Baby Blazers. So, no, they're going to draft another point guard tonight, and people are going to be like, that's it, I'm done. Until that point guard drops, and it won't even be anything great. He'll have like a 13-point, like 9-assist game, and they'll be like, oh my God, screw Cooper Flag, Yakuchunas till I die. They did this,
I'd rather have Yakuchunas than Flag anyways. You can do that fun thing.
Look, I'm not trying to throw shade at Donovan Clingan, but like Donovan Clingan can't play like 18 minutes without having a heart attack. But Clingan would have like a game where he had like 10 points and like 12 rebounds. And people are like, oh my God.
Look at him. Look at him.
I've never seen rim protection like this. You'll be back.
Once we get that cardio up, baby, here we come.
You'll be back. You're not going anywhere. The Blazers have you and you know it. They'll sell to some rich owner and we'll be like, we can pay any luxury tax. The second apron means nothing. We're worth billions.
So I want to ask you something about one of these prospects, and it's to me, I'm asking you from a something or nothing standpoint as somebody who has been through the personnel side of professional sports, and
you
you
know,
know,
cut many times.
Yeah, well, and I know that this specific situation would not have applied to you, but Noah Esenge, we mentioned him last segment, but he's the French kid who's playing for a German club.
It's weird.
And he's supposed to be a top 10 pick, a lottery pick. And I saw him today by ESPN mocked at going 9th overall.
They invited him to the draft.
So he's been invited, but his club team season is right now, and the postseason is right now, and his German team, Ulm, I think, a Radio Sport Ulm, they are up 2-1 in, I think, a best-of-5 series, and he's like, well, I'm going to the draft. See you later. And I wonder for basketball people, for personnel people, something or nothing. Is this a red flag, or is this he wasn't going to be with them after this year anyway, so who cares? Or is it like, we'd like to see him show a little bit of a competitive side here?
Do we know how many games, I'm assuming he's going back, like he's on draft night and then I'm assuming he's catching a flight back? Because I saw this story today.
Yeah.
And I was like, ugh. But then I was wondering, like, it's not like it's a game 7 that he's missing. So do we actually know?
I'm going to see if I can find out the schedule for that.
Yeah, because, we do have these wonderful things called aeroplanes.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do is they leave the Earth's crust, they fight gravity, and then they fly to the other side of the world, and then they land again, and then you get out. So from Brooklyn, New York, right where this is at, what's the flight to Germany? I'm assuming we're talking like what?
Probably
10,
5 or I was going to say 5 or 6 hours, or maybe 7 or 8.
I would assume it's a little more than that, but I don't know.
Because I think you can go like New York to London in 5 hours, like crossing the Atlantic. So you got to go a little further for Germany. My guess would be it's like maybe a 7-hour flight.
Yeah. So if he shows up and does his draft night stuff, puts on the hat, has a little champagne, oh my God, a lifelong dream, and then gets on a plane, are we really? Is it really that big of a? Is that really that big of a deal?
Let's see. It looks like the finals would potentially conclude on the 26th, which is tomorrow. So let's see. Scrolling.
Yeah, it looks like about 7 hours and some change, depending on where you're going into Germany. So you're fine.
Germany's a great city.
Yeah, it is a great city. So you just,
So they're playing Bayern, and they had a game yesterday.
Okay. And he played in that, right?
I think he missed that one.
Oh.
So,
well, then he's a bum. And
because he left, they had a 2-1 series lead.
Yeah.
And they played yesterday, and it appears they lost yesterday. And it appears there will be a final and deciding Game 5 tomorrow.
Oh.
I don't know that he'll be back for that.
All right, so he's going to miss it.
He's missing the most pivotal games in the series, essentially.
Look, I
don't know if it's something.
I don't love it, but I would like to believe in that situation that I would stick around and play with my team in a championship. But I mean, at the same time, we talk about college athletes and bowl games. Your goal isn't to win the Bundesliga or whatever German. That's not your goal.
For these young guys, too, it is finding the absolute best stepping stones or even catapults to the league. That's all it is. It's, the G League Ignite isn't actually that effective anymore. Go play in Europe. Go play in Asia. Go do something. Go do a prep league or what. Like, it's all about just finding the best spot to showcase so you can make the next jump to the thing that you eventually want. But it's still team sport. But it's
a little weird. We went to the Hops game on Father's Day, and I was talking to my kids about it, and I explained to them about minor league baseball, and I said, kind of the weird part about minor league baseball is none of the players care if they win. It's
true. It's all about how you perform individually, basically.
Especially at just A ball, right?
Like, of course, yeah.
And we had this big discussion. I was like, their only goal is to get from A to AA to AAA. I would assume that's the same sort of thing. Like, and I know that sucks, but if you're a player at the Hillsborough Hops and you said, hey, I can have you hit 360 and you're going to win no games, or I can have you hit 270 and your team wins the single A championship, guess what? Nuts to you, losers. I'm hitting 360 and I'm moving on. And so it's just, I'm not going to kill the kid.
And as someone points out here, the whole point of him playing for Ulm is to up his stock for this.
Yeah.
If he's already a lottery guy, what if he gets hurt playing in the finals for Ulm? Then he's not getting drafted in the top 10 probably.
Point.
So because somebody else asked, is it like college players sitting out of bowl games? I will say no to... in part because those bowl games are exhibitions unless you're talking about the playoff.
Yeah.
Whereas this is actually the championship of the league. So I think they're a little bit different from that standpoint. But if you're still just looking as college as the feeder system to the pros and the ultimate goal is the pros, then I get it.
I don't fault the kid. And
I don't either. You do you, Noah.
None of the NBA teams are going to care. If you think that kid's the 7th best player and you're going to draft him at number 7, you're not going to be like, well, he left the Bundesliga.
Bad teammate. It's draft day. No one showed up to his birthday party.
Exactly. I do enjoy that, right? That was that Kevin Costner piece of crap.
Yeah, the Browns had the #1 pick or something like that, and
It was like this.
they were gonna go with the QB, and then they're like, wait.
He was a generational player.
But no one came to his birthday
It was
party.
Peyton Manning, basically, and they're like, yeah, all his teammates hate him. We're not doing it. Oh, God. Gotta love Hollywood.
All right, the draft about 45 minutes away. Who are we kidding? It's really more like an hour away, considering coverage starts at 5.
Dude, they are going to stretch that damn thing out so long.
We've got a little, we do have in the news coming up in the club later tonight, how ChatGPT may be melting our brains in the unique way that you can greet your friends this summer, the hot trend out of Rolling Stone.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, but a couple football notes coming up next. Some things going on with the Ducks and another quarterback on the other side of the country running his mouth. Get to that next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan. Quarterback carousel has stopped, at least in the recruiting realm. We think we know what's going on under center, or at least out of the shotgun for the Ducks this coming season with Dante Moore in the fold. We know that there's an Austin Novosad there as well. We also have a Luke Moga and Akili Smith Jr.
You know who you don't have? Ryder Lions.
Ryder Lions. That's correct. That's correct.
He's going to be soaking at BYU. Suck it.
Because the Ducks have taken some swinges on some very big quarterback prospects. They were down to the final 2 for Jared Curtis, who selected Georgia over Oregon. Then they were in the final 2 for the aforementioned Ryder Lions with the cool California hair. And he committed on the Pat McAfee show, of all places, to BYU.
Nothing
He's going to do his
good Mormon boy like Pat McAfee show.
Going to do his mission and then go to BYU. I guess it's going to be an abbreviated mission, so really he only misses 1 football season.
I don't know how all that works.
I don't either, but Nemec was talking about this on his recruiting show, and essentially for kids who wanted to do this or pursue football more quickly, you can graduate early and then start your mission essentially early and then curtail it a little bit late, and essentially you've just got an 18-month window to fill, and then you can go do your football
As
thing.
someone who served a fake mission to Toronto, I'm not aware of. My fake mission was wonderful because I spent no time in the lovely city of Toronto. So,
what did you do?
Nothing. I just got tired of answering questions, especially from girls.
Whoa, that's an upset.
Well,
They were the wrong questions.
yeah. Well, a lot of times, like if you were like you were interested in
What are we?
in a lovely lady, they would ask you, which I found a little hypocritical, where you went on your mission. And when I respond with I didn't go on my mission, I got a lot of tood thrown my way. And so I just figured it was just easier to just lie and say that I served a mission in Toronto.
So I thought you actually did have a mission in Toronto in which you didn't do much. But no, you didn't even go. It's just an easy place to say and no one's going to fact check it.
Yeah, I just faked. I don't know why. I just
That's
came
kind of
up
perfect because it's far enough away and it's another country. It's not necessarily exotic, but you got the French-Canadian thing, and there's enough information about Toronto that you could BS it a little bit and BS it and finesse it. And suddenly you're
Toronto
there.
is
There
a
you
lovely
go.
city.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty nondescript and take Toronto, and also found it also hypocritical when they were very judgy if I didn't go on a mission, but as soon as they told them that I went on my fake mission to Toronto, they were apt to do things. I was like, interesting. So yeah, as a proud server of a 2-year fake mission to Toronto, I can tell you, Ryder Lions, his 18th month, whatever he's doing, good for him.
So Ryder Lions, also not a duck, which means that we have turned Eugene into Beaver Nation. Bryson Beaver from Murrieta is Murrieta, California, that is, not Georgia. He had 33 touchdowns against 6 picks his last season, and he selects the Ducks over Alabama, Boise State, Auburn, Bowling Green. He had a whole host of offers. He is
weird. I love when you hear that he was deciding between Alabama, Oregon, and Bowling
So
Green.
I just realized
something tells me Bowling Green wasn't in the top of the list.
So I realized what happened here. They moved Oregon to the top because he did select them, and then after that, they did visits. So he had been to Boise, and then they went alphabetical. So it went Alabama, Auburn, Bowling Green, Coastal Carolina.
What?
Yeah.
Had that real tough decision to make. Do I want to go play for?
But his biggest and best offers were Alabama, Auburn, Colorado, LSU, Ole Miss, Utah.
Okay.
So he's a 4-star. And
he'll be a Florida State Seminole in a year and a half, and then
something like that.
Oregon's next quarterback is probably playing. Let's go with Purdue. I don't know.
Sure. Could be.
Breakout freshman at Purdue.
Could be.
Or maybe Washington State, somewhere in the new Pac-12.
Now, I'm trying to dig up the exact the news story about it, but you did mention Florida State and their quarterback. And
oh yeah, dude,
this is a doozy of a story.
For no reason. My man's just like setting headlines on fire.
Yeah, and so I'm going to find the exact quotes that he made, but basically this new signal caller at Florida State who played at Boston College is out there saying that without Nick Saban, Alabama really isn't all that. No. And they play Alabama this season. I don't know what the spread is on the game. I will be laying the points with Alabama.
Yeah, it's Tommy, is it Castellanos?
Castellanos. Is
it Castellanos?
Yes.
Oh, so it is Castellanos.
He was the starter for like half of the year with BC. Yeah. He got hurt. He was good. Then he was kind of bad. He's interesting.
Yeah, he's got some confidence.
He said, "I'm excited, man. People don't know if they know, but you go back and watch every first game that I played in. We always start fast. I dreamed of moments like this. I dreamed of playing against Alabama. They don't have Nick Saban to save them. I just don't see them stopping me." Wow.
All right. Well, I mean, I suppose, right? You got some confidence. coming from the big high profile program of Boston College, and you're taking a big old steamer on Alabama.
And my
Way to
understanding
kick the old hornet's nest.
is that he basically got benched at Boston College and then transferred before they could say that he got benched. He didn't even play the full season. And yeah, essentially he got out of there and was like, "Oh yeah, I can run the ACC." And you're like, "Wait, really?" So
yeah, that is true, because he set the whole ACC on fire as well.
He went on to say, "I feel like I tore the ACC up my damn self for the last 2 years, and now I'm with a squad. I hope people don't think that Florida State is going to be the same team it was last year, because we have weapons. People can't just sit back in zone coverage and watch me." Well, and then it says Castellanos was 5-8 against ACC opponents as a starter for Boston College.
I mean, you torched him.
I guess, but it's a fascinating era for personnel in college football because, and we've talked about this with Joey too, but like the idea of a guy coming to your school, waiting his turn, staying around, him being a part of the program. Less dudes play now, they're moving on. So he stopped playing at Boston College. He found a new spot. Florida State's like, we love him, and chances are he won't be there next year either.
And I just love that. And now the ACC sucks, and so does Alabama. By the way, I would like to officially say that I am hoping that Alabama beats them. I think, Bam, I saw 12.5-point favorites.
Yeah, I saw 13.
13. I would like the final score to be 63-6.
I think they'll cover that 13 in the first half, and you're probably looking at a 4-score victory.
I want Caleb DeBoer to run up the score so very much, just so that Castellanos has to stand up on the podium. There's nothing better. And look, dude, I love confidence. I never had any sort of confidence like this. I have no idea why you'd want to go out and be like, I'm going to kick everyone's ass. But it is hilarious.
There is
when
something...
someone does the Iron Ball McGinty play and then just gets their teeth kicked in. I love it.
Well, you've said this recently too. Right now, we're in an era where getting attention for clout on something that could come back and bite you is not a concern of anyone's at all. No one cares about what you could look like later. You got clout now. You got attention now. That is what you craved. The other one, I don't even know that we got into it, but the Diego Pavia comments from a couple weeks ago, where he basically was, he appealed for another year and got it, and he's going back to Vanderbilt, and basically said, "Oh yeah, like I had offers to go to the Big Ten, but like no one wants to go to that weak conference."
He called the Big Ten trash, and it was on. I think it was like the Bussin' with the Boys show.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Dude, they've won the last 2 national championships," and he's like, "Whatever." You play at Vanderbilt, for God's sakes. What world are we living in that the Vanderbilt quarterback is throwing shade at Michigan and Ohio State
because he gets the privilege of getting his ass kicked by LSU, Ole Miss, and Alabama all in the same season.
And some donkey that got benched at Boston College is now throwing shade at Alabama. and the
it's
rest
like, wait,
of the
who are you?
ACC. By the way, Florida State won what? 2 games last year?
2 games.
What? Dude, I'm telling you, this generation, this is like my old man thing. I am fascinated by what is this generation we're talking about?
Gen Alpha?
Gen Alpha, whatever?
Those guys would be Gen Z like
Gen
me.
Z?
Oh, yeah, you're right. That
we
would still
talk a
be
lot
Gen
of
Z.
trash. I think Gen Alpha is beginning of high school right now. I think they're just starting high school.
I am just fascinated with all attention. It doesn't, whatever you can do to put it, it's the same reason like kids like commit crimes and film themselves doing it and then put it on the internet. It doesn't matter what it is. Like you said, as long as I'm on camera and as long as someone is talking about me, I will be the biggest horse's ass on the planet, and it doesn't matter. And I'm just, I just want, does Vanderbilt play a Big Ten team? Because I want Vanderbilt to lose to like a mid-level Big Ten team by like 30 points, and I want Alabama to just curb stomp.
Just remember, Diego Pavia never lost to Alabama.
That's true.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, right. He
beat him. He's never lost to Alabama.
So their schedule does not appear to have the Big Ten on last year. No, they open with Charleston Southern before playing Virginia Tech and South Carolina. Well, it looks like they might still have an open date. But.
It's a fine line between confidence and jackassery. And I just feel like the young kids now, dude, they hopscotch that son of a bitch like 7 times a day.
Jackassery? I don't care. Give it to me. It's unbelievable.
I got this. That male bravado. I'll fight a gorilla. I don't care. I'll land this airplane, whatever.
What's wrong with you people, Will?
Hey, I'm not claiming them. I'm leading from the front. They are going to fall in line eventually, but right now they're not going to fall in line with me.
We think. All right, enough sports for now. It is time for us to move over to In the News. What's been going on around the Portland and national scene today? We'll get to that next, but first, Orton Arrest Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, we're just about 30 minutes away from the NBA draft beginning tonight. All signs point to Duke forward Cooper Flagg going number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. Your Portland Trailblazers, they're going to be drafted tonight in the 11 spot. A couple of different ways they could go there. We'll find out later on tonight when they make their pick. According to ESPN's Pete Thymal, Texas state officials have informed the Sun Belt Conference that they are expecting a formal invite to join the Pac-12. Texas State would give the Pac-12 their 8th football member, which the league does need to be an official FBS football conference. They'd be 9 in other sports because Gonzaga is in the Pac-12 as well. The Seahawks are bringing back veteran cornerback Shaquille Griffin. He's on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Griffin's going to look to turn back the clock to his first 4 years in the league, which he spent in Seattle, and in 2019 he did make a Pro Bowl. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your
Welcome back to Primetime. Careening towards the 2025 NBA Draft, your Portland Trailblazers, your new look. Drew Holiday-led Portland Trailblazers, picking 11th overall this evening.
The second time around for Drew Holiday to the
That's
Portland
right.
Trailblazers.
The second
Two-time
stint in
Blazer
Portland.
great.
Loved it so much, he's pissed to be back. We think, allegedly.
Allegedly, according to a report, which I totally
Which now
get.
been disputed, but
Well,
that's
you-
neither here nor there.
Well, you can't be pissed and then say that you're pissed.
Of course.
Unless you're one of these Castellanos dip S's from BC and Florida State, then you can say whatever you want.
I guess you can.
Professionals, you tell people that you're pissed behind the scenes, it gets leaked, and then you shut up and you're like, no, I wasn't really pissed. It's like when you do this in relationships all the time. You just, it's easier sometimes just to placate and be like, I'm fine. Hey, how you doing? I'm fine. It's the appropriate answer. When anyone asks you how you're doing, just, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
I'm great or I'm fine. How about that?
Now you start pressing me on that, I'm not going to be fine.
Exactly. Just leave it be. I'm fine.
Well, today is Wednesday, June 25th. It is time for In the News. And let's see, a lot of days today. And you know what? This is one that you might appreciate because it was his birthday. It is Bourdain Day. Were you an Anthony Bourdain guy? It seems like, the traveling, the food eating, that could be right up your alley.
He could be a little pretentious for me. It's like,
Definitely.
I get it. You did heroin once, but let it go.
He earned that
But-
internet reputation about being maybe a little too cool for school, but definitely an adventurer and eater through and through.
I will say this. If you had to, money aside, because it's easy to just say, I want $1 billion.
Sure.
So you take money aside. Well, and the suicide thing as well.
Yeah.
Dude was battling some demons.
Yes, he was.
But just at face value, if you had to trade lives with someone, careers, adult lives, Bourdain is
You could do a lot
it's
worse.
like a top 5. I've always thought David Attenborough for me.
Yeah.
Again, I'm taking the money outside of it. It can't just be, I want something that pay. I want to be the richest guy, right? Just David Attenborough to me has always been like, oh my God, I want that life. Think about what that guy has seen and done, and Bourdain is that. Like that dude,
he is that for travel and food.
and two things that I absolutely, I'm not the foodie he is.
Sure, but you can appreciate that side of it.
I appreciate interesting cuisines. I love to travel, and I love that whenever he went somewhere, it was not 4-star resorts. That dude would get down, and that's what if you travel and you stay at the Four Seasons, you don't travel.
Yeah,
you're just going to another American resort.
You're going to a preferable climate with your own regular creature companies.
No, get in the mix, and Bourdain did that, and for that dude's life was, in my opinion, a top 5. If I had a Freaky Friday swap, minus the depression, I'm taking Bourdain.
Well, and that's the thing that I think is a really hard thing to achieve with travel. I think a lot of people go places and do want to have the authentic experience, but there's a certain level of comfort and things that they're okay with doing.
Be uncomfortable.
Neighborhoods they're comfortable going into, but he had figured out how to really get to the core of a city or a place's culture. I mean, that's what Parts Unknown was all about. It's places you've heard of, but places you wouldn't go in those places that you haven't heard of. And I think exposing a lot of those places to the rest of the world was a really cool thing.
Yes,
it's also National Goat Cheese Day. Are you a goat cheeseman?
Love all cheese. I've never met a cheese that I didn't like. Stinky, whatever, I don't care. Cheese is great. I'm lactose intolerant, and I suffer every time I eat it, and I don't care because I will continue to eat it because cheese is delightful.
Like goat cheese on my pizza.
Oh, goat cheese on anything is good. And for
true.
everyone that's like, oh, if you eliminate cheese, you can eliminate this part. Yeah, if you eliminate cheese, you eliminate 30% of my happiness. Go to hell.
It's National Catfish Day. The fish, not the Manti Te'o situation.
Nothing wrong with a little catfish.
I
want to do a noodle one of these days.
You want to do what?
I want a noodle. I want to catch a catfish with my bare hands.
Oh, okay.
I want to go down with
catfish
some
noodling. Yeah.
I want to go down with some swamp people like in the Mississippi.
That seems like fun.
Yeah. What
Just
was that
once.
show? River Monsters? Was that what it was
dude,
called?
that
The one
thing's-
where they
that
go.
thing's terrifying. Like
Yeah.
that dude catches like fish that'll kill you. I just want to go somewhere and you just, you're in they was doing for whatever reason,
the catfish mudding or whatever they call it.
it's noodling.
Yeah, noodling.
You just go down there and you catch one with your hand. I just want to do it once. If someone was like I got an invite, Sook, we're gonna go catch catfish bare hand. I'm like, let's go.
Is that hard?
I don't know.
I don't even think it hurts. You just stick your
I think
arm
you gotta
in the
wear
mouth.
a glove or it does hurt.
Well, yeah, for sure, so you don't lose a finger. But they don't have teeth.
Yeah, they have teeth.
Not strong enough to bite your arm off.
I don't know. Salmon have teeth, and they will rip, like a king salmon will rip the.
Well, I'm not noodling with a king salmon.
I think catfish have teeth. I do think you have to wear like a protective glove.
Interesting. Because it does seem like a unique experience that could be fun, but I would like to know exactly what I'm putting on the line before I get involved in that.
I would do it one. I don't want to be a swamp person. I just want to do it one time just to, I don't know. It's the Anthony Bourdain thing.
Sure.
I want to catch a fish barehanded once in my life and then be like, I'm never going to do it again.
Catfish have teeth,
Okay.
but not in the way that you think. Now, this is according to Google AI. They have a lot of small, closely set teeth used for gripping and holding as opposed to biting.
So they'll just hold your arm into place and never let you go?
Says the main symptom,
Pretty
by the way,
much.
severe pain and inflammation at the sting site. So I think that's why you wear
There's like an
oven
arm
mitt.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, give me like a chainmail something or other. I don't know, get some cosplayer to give me his chainmail armor thing. Let me shove that down a catfish's gullet and then let's fry it up.
The catfish isn't a good fish, right? As far as because I feel like the only time you ever see it, or the only way you ever see it prepared is fried or blackened, because like the flavor isn't that great and the quality isn't that great either.
I spent some time down south. I love New Orleans, and they always have catfish dishes, and they're almost always fried. I don't think it's a super tasty fish on its own, but you fry anything, you Cajun it up a little bit, you put it in some gumbo or whatever, like a good catfish gumbo. It's tasty.
Now,
a stew.
Another thing you can do with fish, it's National Parchment Day. You ever put your fish in parchment paper? Like you put it with some veggies and lemon, you like tie it up and throw it in the oven?
No, I've never, by the way, fish should only be cooked outside. Don't cook fish in the house, then your house smells like farts.
Yeah, don't reheat fish. Period.
No, that's wrong.
Ever, your home, someone else's, the workplace.
Fish is an outside.
Do not.
Fish is an outside sort of thing.
Do not do it. All right, I have news from, let's see, this is in Eastern Washington. A teenager rescued after falling several hundred feet down a cliff near Riverview Bible Camp. Now, the incident...
Note to self, don't go to Riverview Bible Camp.
The incident happened when the three boys were climbing cliffs about a mile from the camp. One teen fell, and the others found him unconscious but breathing with a head injury. The teen's exact location initially wasn't known, but they were wet, cold, and concerned for their friend's survival. After about an hour of searching, when they finally located him, the two uninjured teens escorted to safety, and they were able to airlift the injured team out of there. They do think that he's going to make a recovery. The U.S. Air Force's rescue squadron stationed at Tacoma Creek was what took care of that, and so... Scary situation that it sounds like is going to be okay.
Shout out to the rescue boys, and that's scary.
It says a lot of people coming together. It says the rescue involved Border Patrol, Kalispell Tribe and Fire Rescue, Penn Oriel Fire and Rescue, Penn Oriel Sheriff's Office, Penn Oriel Search and Rescue, and the U.S. Air Force, and a volunteer firefighter, and a former camp manager.
For one?
For this
he
one
must have
thing.
been in a really precarious
Community
spot.
coming together. And I think part of it, too, is that when the boys didn't come back right away and they didn't know where they were, they needed people to help search. And so it may not have been that all of them were involved in the evacuation, but all involved somehow.
Again,
So.
be careful out there hiking, especially if you're in a bad relationship and you're going with your spouse. Don't do it.
We have a fire-related lawsuit. I don't know if you saw this, but the Rowena fire that had been burning since June 11th. It's now 99% contained.
That's good.
But there's now been a lawsuit accusing Union Pacific Railroad of having sparks from their trains that ignited the fire. So, I mean, I feel like usually when we have this stuff, you hear lightning strike, you hear the dumb kid or a firework or a gender reveal, God forbid. But yeah, the lawsuit is saying that they believe that the fire was started by friction from the tracks and sparks caused by a Union Pacific train. So I don't know what the precedent is for.
Is that like an act of God or like?
Yeah, and is it? I mean, I would imagine some sort of sparking happens naturally with the friction between a train and the railroad track, but how much and how severe and
If only someone had been raking the railroad tracks. And if the rain from heaven went drip, drip, then we would not be dealing with this sort of thing. I have no idea how any of that works, but I mean, look.
And it'd have to be a fascinating court case, but I don't know what the expectation is on the railroad.
How do you know, by the way? Like, what sort of investigation do you do to determine that sparks from a...
Well,
like, how do I
basically,
know it's a spark as opposed to someone who was out smoking a heater?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they did an investigation that ruled out lightning strikes, but they did believe that it was human caused.
That That just seems like a broad jump from it wasn't lightning strikes to it was a train. I don't know.
It says Union Pacific is fully cooperating with the state investigators, and they did their own extensive investigation.
Let me guess. They determined it was not sparks.
Have found no evidence to date that their train
yes.
caused the fire.
Yes, I often investigate myself, and I find no wrongdoing whatsoever in my personal life. I'm often shocked at the moral character that I show on a day-to-day basis, much like this fine railroad company who did a thorough investigation and found no wrongdoing on their part whatsoever to cause hundreds of millions of dollars in fire damage.
Well, we've got a local suspect at large and also a new penalty for some offenders to our north. We'll get to that when In the News continues right here on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
A good question coming up on the fan text line 503-864-6326. We do have the NBA draft coming up here, and we need to decide on what our official draft sounder is going to be.
I thought you were talking about the guy that said how many beers is appropriate for 9 holes after work.
Oh, that also seems like it merits discussion.
That answer to that question is 6.
Oh, okay.
6 is always the appropriate amount of beers in any situation. How many beers? It's 6. It's fine. Okay, you're good. You're good with 6. Anywhere from 4 to 6, and you're solid.
Now, for the NFL draft, we just had the brand new "I Love Tesla" drop from the POTUS, and that was what we used to announce. Because I think you were maybe not here for that. I think it was Rob and Nemec, right?
I was in Italy.
That's right.
I was visiting the dead Pope.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I missed it. Yeah.
I love Tesla.
In like 20 whatever years. That's the first draft show I've ever missed.
Now, I have an idea for a drop that we could use to get people's attention, including our own, when those are about to air. But I will take suggestions on the fan text line or on the YouTube channel. So if you think that you have a notification drop that we should include for those draft picks, let us know.
You can also get the power snatch.
You could do. Well, I mean, you're snatching a selection with. So there's a loose
connection there.
Maybe
I think that's a drink at the sports bar.
Great ass!
Probably not the Pacino. We had a carjacking in Northeast Portland.
Is that still a thing? You don't hear a lot about carjackings anymore.
You don't. Now, it's different than, I guess I didn't know the difference between an armed robbery of a person in a car and a carjacking. It appears that the carjacking is actually they steal the car as well.
Yeah, the armed robbery is just they're like, hey, give me all your stuff. The carjacking is you have to get out of the car Grand Theft Auto style and you just take the car.
So is it a carjacking if you steal a car but no one's in it?
No, then that's just Grand Theft Auto.
That's right.
Although maybe it's just theft. I don't know what makes it grand theft. Like if you steal a jalopy, is that just like
auto theft?
Crappy theft? I don't know, but like you. Yeah,
hoopty theft?
That's auto theft versus carjacking. I think carjacking way more serious than stealing a car.
So around 4 a.m., authorities responded to a call at Northeast 108th and Hasalo Street in the Hazelwood neighborhood. Residents were told to shelter in place as there was an armed carjacking suspect. They found the car. They watched people who were there saw suspects flee into the neighborhood, but they never found them, and they called off the search hours later. Now, I don't know enough about the ins and outs of law enforcement to know if this is a trend or whatever, but didn't we just lose the guy to the golf course who was shooting at people? It feels like people are out there, and basically if they just stop their crime early enough, they can get away. That's what I'm learning from the last couple of crimes in this city.
I like that we can do it no countsies. He's no longer a threat or an imminent threat.
They found the car. Yeah. The person's okay. The suspects don't have the car. They're just gone. Yeah. And anyone with information is encouraged to call 911. I'm like, okay.
So that crime is basically done.
It's just, that was that. We tried.
Maybe we're at the state where it's just we lack resources.
Good
therefore,
job. Good effort.
Right? Got the car back. It's a little scary.
Didn't see where they went.
Didn't see where they went. Do you have a great description? What do you want? Detectives working in shifts? I know it sucks, but I think hasn't everyone had something happen to them where when you call the cops like, I don't know, man. Are you in danger? No. Did you get your stuff back? Yeah. Well, I don't. You fill out an online report, and then that just goes into the atmosphere, never to be seen again, forever.
Yeah, the secret file that no one ever looks at.
The secret file, exactly.
Yeah.
So yes, if you are committing crimes, just stop in a timely fashion and disappear, and no one will ask questions.
The fine line between vandalism and art strikes again. We'll go to the fair city of Seattle for this one.
That is a fine line, by the way.
Because we're talking graffiti here, Jace. Yeah. And obviously, any metropolitan city, you see a fair amount of it. Yeah. Apparently, the city of Seattle spent $6 million cleaning up graffiti
graffiti is
in
really
2024.
Expensive to clean up. And I want to start a graffiti cleanup business because I think the whole thing's a sham.
Well, this is loosely related to that, or I guess indirectly related to that, because we may soon be on the verge of seeing the city sue the graffiti artists for their damages.
I am all about this.
I thought you might be.
Dude, I couldn't be more on this, because I've said many a time, graffiti really bothers me. Because it's stupid, it's petty, I get it, but it makes your city look like crap. Now, if you're putting up a kick-ass mural,
if it's something that's commissioned as art, that's a different story than someone just writing a name on an overpass.
I'll even go if you're this and you do something that's really creative and it looks impressive, I'll maybe dude, you're a jackass, get permission. But at least I guess at least it looks artistic, but if you're out tagging stuff, I absolutely hate that crap. It costs a lot of money to clean up. No one thinks it's cool other than your dumbass, and it just makes your city look like trash. And that bothers me. I want so bad for people to take this crime seriously.
So what they're proposing is that when they catch you tagging, there's a $1,000 fine, and then you have to pay the restitution to cover the cost of removing your tags.
Yes, absolutely. Dude, start hitting them where it hurts. Because there's no real penalty to any of this crap.
No, I mean, it probably light misdemeanor type thing,
Yes,
but
start hitting them in the pocket. Whatever. Where can I vote for this? Whose platform is this? I'm all. Let's go.
Let's see. I think that this is being proposed on the city council.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, City Attorney Ann Davidson presented legislation to the City Council and Public Safety Committee on Tuesday that would authorize her office to use civil litigation against these taggers should they be able to identify them.
Yes.
And so it also says that they already have a queue of about 20 taggers long already lined up to go after now, because they go on to say that their experience is that many of these folks, quote, have jobs, resources, cars, and condos, and the only reason they do this is for social media reputation.
Yes.
A lot of this is for promotion online under their tagger names. So a lot of them are not even trying to hide it. They're proud of it, and they're like, well, you're going to pay for it then.
Hells yeah, dude. Nice. Like you got a little condo somewhere? Cool, we're seizing that. Hey, you've got your sweet lowrider car with ground effects? We're taking that too. Absolutely best thing I've heard come out of the city council in years.
There's a 41-year-old dude named Kyle Andrew McLaughlin who's part of a group that was making a documentary called Make It Rain Seattle that included him and a bunch of other taggers taking credit for all their work. They may all be prosecuted.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I absolutely love this.
I think that's going to do it for In the News today. Got one more story, but I don't think we have time to get to it. We may tackle that one tomorrow, but we need to keep moving.
Hot draft
because, yeah, that's right. We're going to see old Skeletor himself come out there, and then we're going to sit around and wait for a while. You know what I really like is when they have the deputy commissioner come out and do his thing for the second round. But by the way, we're going to have to talk about that too. Did you know they're not doing the second round tonight?
Yeah, the second round gets its own night again for like the second year,
which is
no one cares. Nobody cares, NBA. Not even NBA fans care.
We can discuss, and we will, coming up, hour 3. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and when it comes to HVAC and plumbing,
McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, we are just moments away from the NBA draft getting underway. All signs pointing to Duke forward Cooper Flagg going number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. Blazers going to be drafting tonight. They're not going to pick until pick 11. They're fresh off their trade of Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks to the Celtics. Blazers brought back Drew Holiday for the second time in his NBA career. According to ESPN's Pete Thymold, Texas state officials have informed the Sun Belt Conference that they are expecting a formal invite to join the Pac-12. Texas State would give the Pac-12 their 8th football member, which the league desperately needs for them to be an official FBS football conference. Remember, right now they do have 8 teams. However, Gonzaga does not have a football team. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as
Our number 3, an SOB edition of Primetime. Ryan Buckley filling in for Isaac Ropp alongside Big Sook and Will Ortner on the other side of the glass. We have the NBA draft coming up in a matter of moments. The coverage has officially begun. They've done all their fancy walkouts. There's a lot of sparkles.
Yeah, one dude it looks like he's got lights on his.
Yeah, the text line said someone has Christmas lights on his sleeves.
On?
Now, I'm still firing that up. I'd been watching baseball before, but I'm intrigued to see. I do like what some of these fits look like. Do you remember when Grady Dick came out looking like Dorothy's ruby red slipper?
Yeah, the ruby red slippers. I'm always interested to see.
Bull did a Spider-Man thing that was kind of weird.
The best part is Bull's outfit was cost more than his signing bonus because he fell like into the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bull's like outfit cost like $100 and something grand. And one guy, I don't know who it is, but he has, I believe it's either the number 0 or like the letter O.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally the size of a dinner dinner
love
plate.
it.
I am fascinated by the fits anytime the draft because you can see the trend like the double-breasted suit or
Sure.
For a while there, right, it was the suit with no shirt on underneath.
Yeah.
My favorite all-time fit is like the LeBron era fit where they wore like the Steve Harvey.
Yeah, just
like,
the ultra baggy, a lot of beige, a lot of khaki.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of like earth tones.
Yeah.
I
love when
that was
I
a
love
time.
looking back on those draft day fits.
Yeah, they don't. Most of them don't age very well. You know, Travis Hunter was doing that thing where he had like straps coming across his suits. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Well, that and I know these guys are all making a bunch of money, but I'm always fascinated by like the first thing you do is spend like $500,000 on jewelry.
Yeah, I mean, if I get that this is like your arrival and your moment and all that, but I could think of a lot of things I'd rather do with like $75K than have some like buck ice hanging down here.
$75K.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Jacob the Jeweler's costing these days.
That's more. Yeah, it's like you're wearing. We were talking about because we were watching the Braves and Mets before this, and I think it was Acuna.
Yeah,
dude, the dude's got like the medallion that like they wear while playing, like that. You would just think that thing is like flopping around, and like you don't tuck it under the shirt. The commitment to jewelry while playing sports is next level. I mean, you are committed to the bit 100%.
Well, we talked about this a little bit too earlier. Like baseball right now, it's the jewelry, but it's also all the accessories, the stuff that these guys have strapped onto themselves now between pads and mitts and sleeves and bands. It's just a lot.
By the way, Cooper Flagg, the most boring white guy fit of all time. They showed like Ace Bailey.
He basically went
Dylan
like
Harper was nice. He was going with like a black on black sort of like a little Johnny Cash in his blood. And then they showed Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg looks like he's going to like intern at like a financial firm.
Yeah, it basically looks like he's, I don't know, like a groomsman in a boring wedding. It's just
Well,
it's like black, white shirt, black tie.
Well, he's got the little kid haircut, and so why not just go with the little kid my first suit?
That's the other thing is so many of these guys are going to end up looking different than the night that they were like. I remember like we talked earlier too about Kevin Love and when he was drafted and like what he looked like. He had that little like that pencil jawline beard and he was kind of pudgy and like he's like a totally different dude now. James Harden grows his beard and that becomes his thing.
That is true. Like the neck beard is always one of those like it's your first facial you can ever grow. Well, do you look back on your wedding photo?
Yeah.
That's probably like one for me. Like I look back at my wedding photo, I'm like,
Yeah, I tried to. I mean, I got married. I wouldn't say a little later, but in my 30s, and so I wasn't trying to be especially stylish. I'm like, I just want this to look classic when I look back on it. But even when you try that, you look like my parents thought the same thing, and you look at their haircuts and my dad's mustache and stuff, and you're like, oh, that was a time.
Fashion is cyclical, and the one thing that sports certainly has become with like the walkways, like the going into the arenas.
Yeah, the walk-ins. Yeah,
it's become a fashion show, man.
Big time.
You got to go out. You got to flex on fools. You got to stunt on them.
That's why everyone thinks so highly of Kyle Kuzma now, fashion maven.
Meanwhile, speaking of fashion maven, I got Adam Silver is just he
looks like a reaper.
There is some,
like
it really is. Like if you were like a little kid and like you were home alone and they tell you like don't answer the door. And and like it's your first time home and you did like whatever, I'm opening the door and like Adam Silver was there looking at you, that would be the scariest. Like I would rather see Brock Lesnar at the door than Adam Silver just like staring down at me.
His kind of gaunt face and like especially if you threw like like an old school kind of cop's fedora, like a detective's fedora on him.
Yes.
He suddenly looks a lot like the evil dude from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory who's chasing Charlie around and all that. Like
I just feel like one day when whatever God you believe in eventually is sent down to punish me, like he sends a messenger of death, it will be Adam Silver. That's what I pictured death showing up at my doorstep being like, Mr. Sakanik, it's time to come with me. He's just from like he's like an evil lord that's coming to drag me to the depths of hell. That's Adam Silver.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Cooper Flagg haircut now, and it was funny. I did feel like there was a point during the season where when it started out, he had the like when it got all sweaty, he looked like a little kid running around out there with that haircut, and then it got a little bit better at some point, but now it does look like he's just kind of doing like the Shane Gillis flop in the front and doesn't really not a lot of thought to it.
I assume that he would spruce it up a little bit, but he's pulling a like
if he's got a stylist. It doesn't look like
he's
it.
Pulling like a Peyton Manning. He's like, hey, this haircut's been working with me. It's been working for me since I was like in the 6th grade. No reason to change it now. I'm going with it. I want to see if like Cooper Flagg like gets a bunch of tats and like like just shaves a mohawk. Just go full Cherokee Parks at Duke.
Yeah, do a little Birdman action.
Well, you see it like Anthony Simons. Remember when Anthony Simons came into the league and he was all like wholesome, and then like he came back one summer and he's got like 3. Like, it's like his whole body's like covered in tattoos.
Well, even Dame had tattoos, but Dame got progressively inked in his time here. He went with like the throat heart that he got there, man, and everything.
You come back from the off season, you gotta spice it up a little bit. Cooper Flagg, get some jewelry, get a little neck tat on there. Let's go. Get a big tattoo of the state of Maine on your neck.
Yeah. I think, and so I believe that the basketball talent in his family is from his mom's side, right? Isn't it? Wasn't it that his mom was a college basketball player, D1?
That I don't know. I know his brother is playing for the University of Maine.
Yeah, Ace.
Yeah.
Who might not be the Ace, might be more of a deuce.
Yeah.
We don't know. But I did hear the motto and advice that Mama Flagg always gave Cooper as a youth, and that is, if you're the best in the gym, it's time to find a new gym.
Now we have to give Mama
always
credit for that.
Always keeping Coop motivated.
I do love like why is Dallas on the clock? Like they're showing like the war room. Like I'm pretty sure we know where this is going. Come on.
I mean, get
the pick in.
I heard someone talking about this earlier today. Like, we've waited all this time. We know all these guys. Why do we even do this part of it? And I guess it's just if somebody gets desperate these last 3 minutes, like, actually, we'll give you, I don't know, our entire franchise and also take Nico Harrison off your hands. I don't know. Could they trade away Nico? I guess he'd have to engineer that trade.
He would have to engineer. He wants out. But yeah, we're just sitting there, and it's just awkward for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You're sitting there and it's like they're doing like the ESPN like team needs like dude, what are we doing? We know. We know where we know what's at. We know what the team need is. It's Cooper Flag.
Well, Dallas being, the unlikely lottery winner, and as far down as they were, obviously they lost Doncic, then Davis got hurt, and then Kyrie got hurt, and so they're up a creek a little bit for sure. But also, Kyrie just went and signed a 3-year extension with them, and Anthony Davis, assuming he's healthy, is going to be there. So
you got Lively. Look, if
you maybe think that they could be competitive soon with Flag, as opposed to like, oh, this is a team that's so far behind, it's going to take years to get there.
And I know Luka's gone, but it was a team 2 years ago that was in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of those pieces left still.
Look, if Cooper Flag is as advertised, and he doesn't have to. The cool thing about Cooper Flag is normally when you're the number one pick, you have to carry everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like Wemby in San Antonio or whoever comes in, like you have to carry.
It's your team now.
It's your team. Cooper Flag won't be.
No, and in fact, he will be the third banana.
He will be the third banana. You will have, when everyone's healthy, you will have a borderline top 75 player of all time in Kyrie Irving, NBA champion. You'll have Anthony Davis, again, same sort of like pedigree. I mean, I should probably considered better.
Sure.
An all defensive type player, again, an NBA champion when healthy, and then you just get to slide in. You couldn't ask probably for a better, just other than it's a garbage franchise now with the ownership, but you couldn't ask for probably a better situation for Cooper Flag to slide in. I also heard someone make this point too. When the number one pick, it's just there's so much pressure upon, especially if you go to a crappy franchise, right, and turn it around. Cooper Flag, coming out of high school, and by the way, he graduated a year early. He was 17 years old when he went to Duke.
Yeah.
He should have been a high school senior.
Yep.
That dude was the face of college basketball, the face of Duke basketball, the biggest basketball program in modern history, since UCLA in the 70s. And he had all the pressure, and he lived up to it and then some.
Yeah.
I know they didn't win a national title, but National Player of the Year.
But nobody was sitting there halfway through the season being like,
no,
I don't know what this was all about.
So you can make the argument that Cooper Flag faced more pressure as a 17, 18-year-old kid at Duke than he will as a NBA rookie with that team in Dallas around him. So by all accounts, dude, the kid's ready for this. And if he hits the ground running when Kyrie comes back, there may be something to this. Dallas may come out smelling like a rose out of this Luka thing.
Yeah, I'm not willing to go quite that far yet, but it's entirely possible still that Luka ends up not being what everyone thinks he's going to be. And so that'll ultimately be how Nico ends up getting judged. And frankly, I don't know that he's going to ever end up getting the time he needs to really see this thing through. And it sounds like ownership is already upset that they weren't made aware of how severe the backlash was going to be. Come on.
I just want like Cooper Flag to hit the ground running, them like make a great run, and then fire Nico anyway. So he's like, "Yes, I made it." And they're like, "Yeah, you're."
What's to say that's out of the question? That's possible.
I guess, but like they pissed off Dirk and they pissed off their fans, and
yeah, because it goes beyond the basketball stuff. Like they were letting go of like trainers that people were really fond of and had been there a long time, and. Yeah, torchbearers from
this goes
teams.
a long way. This is a big deal for Dallas.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's our sounder.
First pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flag.
No way!
From Duke University.
And there it is, the number one overall pick of the 2025 draft. As expected, Cooper Flag. We think that Dylan Harper is going to be the next one off the board to San Antonio
at number 2. The absolute general consensus is Flag 1, Harper 2, and then throw a dart.
And then it gets interesting. And I personally, I hope for this for every draft, because the NBA draft, unlike the NFL draft, doesn't excite me nearly as much, because most of these guys, we haven't really seen them play very much. If we have, it's been more often in 1 year, or it's been somewhere overseas. And so I want the chaos. Give me all the trades, and I want to see the things tonight prove that certain franchises are trying to do certain things.
Well, the Brooklyn Nets have, 6 GD picks?
6 picks in the first round.
It's never done before.
Yeah, the Nets have the 8th pick, the 19th pick, the 26th, 27th. Well, they have more than that, too. Hold on.
How many spots can you have on one team? I'm assuming Brooklyn's going to make some deals. You'd think. He's going to have an entire roster made up of rookies?
Maybe. Hard to know.
I would think that's not going to be the case.
All right, well, while we wait on pick number 2, we will take a brief break because then we're interested in what happens from 3 on.
'Cause that's what impacts the Blazers.
That's what impacts the Blazers, and that's when the dominoes start to fall. So we will continue to track the 2025 NBA Draft coming up on this SOB edition of Primetime 1080 The Fan. Back to Primetime, we're learning everything we needed to know about Cooper Flag since we didn't get enough of that all college basketball season.
And we're getting awkward shots of the Mavericks war room clapping.
Yeah, that's always, especially for number 1, when the back slapping and the hugs and the fist bumps as if you didn't know you were going to be doing this all along.
Just awkwardly clapping.
I did learn that Flag is the second youngest number 1 overall pick ever behind only LeBron, who was younger.
Yeah.
So,
And he's going to be number 32, apparently, because they unveiled the Cooper Flag jersey, which will sell a gajillion of them in Dallas tomorrow.
Yeah. And in fact, I saw fans going into the building for this event that were already wearing them because you can, go buy custom and
They
stuff
already
like
knew
that.
what
And
number.
they're like,
I didn't know what.
oh, and I don't know.
Because he was 2 at Duke, but when they unveiled
Yeah, I don't know how they.
Yeah, now. Yeah, now.
We got another.
Here we go.
With the second pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Dylan Harper from Rutgers University.
Now that's interesting, not because we didn't expect that to happen there, but just because going into the season, we knew that Harper and Ace Bailey were both a big deal, but it was Bailey who some people are even rumbling could be as good, better, maybe more upside than even Flag. And now Bailey's the one who has some of these red flag issues, not working out for teams, doesn't want to go to other teams. People don't know if he even cares about sliding in the draft, and it's Dylan Harper who's become a big beneficiary of Bailey's slide, but Harper's
Dylan Harper
he's always been a top guy.
Yes, and so this was all the no-brainer. And by the way, they were teammates at Rutgers.
Yes.
But everyone, like, this was the no-brainer of no-brainers. Flag 1, Harper 2, both saying immediate impact players, and then the Ace Bailey thing. Apparently, he's just a jackass that no one likes.
So, Ace Bailey's thing, there have been a lot of scouting reports that have come out about him as kind of being the poster child for the AAU era style talent, where he has been unbelievable from a very young age. And so he's been on all these traveling teams and all these showcase teams that basically really is a lot more about just showcasing individual skill and being seen and building your kind of brand and notoriety up more than it is, hey, let's grind 30 games together and then like win this league this summer or whatever. So he got to Rutgers and people said he is every bit the basketball player as advertised. He's smooth, his handles are good, his shot's good. He can score kind of like at will, getting his own shot. But they're saying there's times that he just falls asleep on defense, doesn't seem like he knows what's going on the floor, and that he just kind of checks out. And so all the measurables, all the tangibles, but then you add to that he's essentially refused to work out for any team that wanted him, kind of doing the like, I'm the top quarterback, so I'm not going to throw at the combine thing, even though it seems like the teams that wanted to work him out really wanted to know what they had in him, and he refused to do them. And now, a day before the draft, his agent has come out and said, oh, by the way, we will do everything we can to make sure we do not go to Charlotte at 4 and do not go to Utah at 5. Okay, so you don't want to be 2 of the top 5 spots.
Well, they were saying, like, if he falls from 3 or 4 where they had him down to, like, I guess they're saying they're very comfortable he'll be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Right? So, but they're saying that could be like a $10 to $15 million difference in your rookie contract, but
And apparently that doesn't matter to them, or they've said they're not worried about that aspect of it. And
I don't know. If you're San Antonio and you just drafted
Dylan
Harper. I mean, if you're San Antonio and Dylan
roster
Harper is as advertised and is a rookie of the year type player, their last 3 picks: Victor Wembanyama, rookie of the year;
Stephon Castle,
rookie of the year. Throw Dylan Harper in the mix that people are saying is a rookie of the year type guy, and you throw in like De'Aaron Fox and San Antonio, by the way, has the 14th overall pick too. So if you find another contributor there at 14, and Wembanyama ends up with the blood clot issue, fine and all that. This is how teams like Oklahoma City get built. Is you just you hit on 2 or 3 guys in a row, and then you make a nice trade here or there, again pulling in a Fox, and you build some depth, and next thing you know, like that's a hell of a core. Wemby, Castle, Harper, Fox, and whatever else you build around it. That's, if you're San Antonio, I think you're licking your chops saying, Oklahoma City went from a non-playoff team to a playoff team getting bounced in the first or second round to winning an NBA title. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if you're San Antonio, I think you are extremely excited about the next,
you have to
not 5 years. I think you're excited about the next 3 years.
Well, there's something going on with San Antonio right now that to me feels a little bit akin to when an NFL team is able to build their core around a rookie quarterback deal, kind of a thing, where they have these guys. I mean, yes, they're these top picks that they owe money to, but none of them are in any of this like super max range yet, where if those guys are good enough to contribute and be core players now, you can still afford to go out and get the vets that help push that along even further.
Because you are seeing with this new CBA, and I love how some owners are bitching about it when they're
Yeah.
the ones that put this in place.
Yeah, the Nuggets owner came out and said, well, if things go wrong for us, we might have to trade Jokic. What?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Why would you
Jackass.
even say that?
Yeah, you're such a. And by the way, like again, the owners are the ones that put this in place to make this punitive. We saw the Boston Celtics go from winning a championship to like, oh my God, this team's going to win multiple titles of the best team, to one injury, and they just gutted their team.
And they're still trying to gut more.
Yes, apparently they're saying
Jaylen Brown is available.
Jaylen Brown, Derek
White's available.
Said it would take a hell of an offer, but they got rid of 3/5 of their starting lineup. One was an injury. So Tatum's basically, when Tatum got hurt, they looked at it and said, "We can't win an NBA title. We got to go." And they shed almost $200 million in payroll, over $200 million in tax savings. They're like, dude, they were on the hook next year, had they kept that core together, for $500 million in salary and tax.
Yep.
And they were like, yeah, without Jason Tatum, we're not doing that. And so they just said, hey, we're going to take a step back and we're kind of retool. You are seeing the CBA as constructed.
Working.
You're seeing this. This is what they wanted, whether you think it's good or not. This is what this new CBA was meant to do.
It's forcing movement if you can't make it work with what you've put together.
And so maybe you mentioned with the NFL, if you can hit on young players that have yet to be expensive, and you're going to have to make decisions. Oklahoma City will face this. You know, maybe guys like Caruso, or when when some of the younger players, the role players start to come up, like Wallace, you have to make decisions. Hey, you can't pay everyone, and you're going to have to get younger. But when you have that young core together, this may be. It used to be vets won in the NBA, and maybe you can start seeing where young teams, before it gets really expensive, those are the teams that really have an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and by the way, have you seen? This is an aside that only pertains to the Spurs. Have you seen what Wemby's doing this summer?
Yeah, he's doing like a Bruce Lee monk sort of thing.
Yeah, he's like a Shaolin monk. I just keep seeing like photos of Wemby coming across my timeline in big baggy pants with a shaved head. Occasionally he's out there hooping. Sometimes he's just hanging out with the monks.
Yeah, he's not the Shaolin monks.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's out there doing kung fu, but yeah, he went out there and he like lived like.
Do they help with blood clots?
I don't know. He seems like an interesting guy. Like he's all into yoga and like holistic stuff anyways.
If people are asking like what his like nighttime routine is, he's like, I read 20 minutes before bed and it's lights out at 9 o'clock.
Look, he is either the most interesting or the most boring human. You know, Kareem was like this though.
Yeah.
Similar sort of thing.
With the third pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
I didn't know that he was a Bahamian.
I didn't know that, but this was, like I said, this was kind of all the mocks I saw today, and I just do a group think. I'm not.
And the odd said the same thing. He was like minus 300 to go.
I'm not digging through VJ Edgecombe, the draft, but like everyone said that this draft was 1, 2, 3, and then this is where 4 to Blazers, 4 to 11, or 4 to 12, basically. One pick after the Blazers. They're basically saying that this is anyone's guess.
There's a whole series of dominoes that could fall any which way that create a different picture for what Portland has to work with. And this is where
do you see trades come in again? Brooklyn sitting there with 6 first-round picks. You know, who's the first team to say, I don't give a blank? Ace Bailey is arguably the second most talented player in the draft.
Does someone want to come get him in the 4 or 5 spot?
You know, does someone move up for it? You know, who falls at this point? This is where the draft gets interesting.
And I want to see what happens specifically with that number 4 overall pick, because that's the one that's probably most unknown at this point in time. So despite being a little bit early, or maybe even right on time, let's go ahead, take a little bit of a break right now, and then we'll come back for the remaining of the top 5 picks, which should get very intriguing. So you're listening to a SOB edition. I was going to say a best of Primetime. No, that was yesterday. A best of edition was yesterday, an SOB edition of Primetime today, right here on 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the NBA draft has begun. We've had 3 picks so far. Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. Dylan Harper went number 2 to the San Antonio Spurs. And at number 3, the 76ers just got their pick in. They got VJ Edgecombe there. So on the clock right now, you have the Charlotte Hornets. Blazers are going to draft later on. They have the 11th pick. They'll be drafting right after the Rockets, who got the 10th pick in a trade from Phoenix. The Seahawks, they're bringing back veteran cornerback Shaquille Griffin. He's on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Could end up being worth $4 million if he hits all of his contract extensions. And Griffin, he did spend his first 4 years in the league in Seattle. He made one Pro Bowl in 2019. A couple of baseball games already wrapped up, day games. The Brewers were able to hold off the Pirates. They won 4-2 despite Paul Skeens pitching for the Pirates. Christian Yelich had a big RBI single in the second. Brewers got all 4 of their runs in that second inning. Earlier on as well, the Angels were able to get it done in Anaheim. They beat the Red Sox 5-2. And the Padres held serve at home. They beat the Nationals 1-0. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The
Draft the Charlotte Hornets on the clock. More importantly, the star of the NBA draft so far is Dylan Harper's mom. Every year we get the hot mom alert, and no shocker
Just
here.
2 picks in.
2 picks in, and no shocker here. But you know, his dad is Ron Harper.
I was going to bring that up. I assume most people knew it, but yeah, Dylan Harper is the son of former NBA career point guard Ron Harper.
And when you're Ron Harper and you've made a bunch of money in the NBA and you have a bunch of NBA titles, I would expect nothing more than the smoke show wife. And I had never seen Ron Harper's wife. I've never seen Dylan Harper's mom until just now. And upon further review and doing a Instagram search, the star of the moms of the NBA draft so far, Dylan Harper's mom.
I thought Mama Flag looked very nice as well.
Look, no offense, Mama Flag, but just step aside. I understand that Cooper Flag is the better prospect, but as far as mom prospects, it's not even close. Dylan Harper's mom that's LeBron James.
Oh.
And that's a whole other. I don't think anyone's beaten what Mama Harper's got going on.
Sneaky short too, by the way. And
Yeah.
I know that he's tall and an NBA player, but it looked like a sibling, like a young sibling.
Yeah,
small.
and she's got an Asian thing happening for her. I think I don't know where.
Well, that's why she's your LeBron.
Well, just look. I'm not sure where she's from, but she definitely has the Asian persuasion, and it's just, dude, it's up and it's good. She's bringing some heat. So kudos to you, Dylan Harper, for one being the number 2 pick and for having a hot mom.
That would be Maria. Maria Harper.
Yeah.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Con Knipple.
Hey, your boy.
University.
Now this is a meteoric rise because you and I were having some discussions about this a little bit earlier and the possibilities at number 4. And when the Blazers first landed at number 11, we were talking about how he could be right in that 10, 11, 12 range. And somehow, I mean, you're going to have to become a Hornets fan at this rate. You think about this. You could be fans of both LaMelo Ball and Con Knipple simultaneously. Maybe get you one of those cool split jerseys, that does both.
It will, like, Danny, who watches 1,000 times more NBA than I do, loves Con Knipple. And he knows of my hatred for Con Knipple. I was just like, God.
Can you explain that hatred? Why is it that what irks you about him?
Well, first off, just looking at him, he bothers me. And we do this.
He's got Duke face.
He's got Duke face, but he's not undersized, but he's like 6'6", and he's kind of chubby for a wing, and he's not very athletic. He had like the worst finish rate in college basketball at the rim. Like, he cannot finish at the rim. They say he's a good defender, but every time I watch Duke, he was getting cooked by someone.
6'7", they say.
Yeah, but he's a great shooter. Like, he stands out and shoots. And last time I checked, I don't like betting on what I consider unathletic, white, somewhat undersized wings. No, that have that seem to have a lot of baby fat on them. I can't do it. That just seems like the sort of guy that's going to go to Portland and just end up being terrible.
But
And it's probably a completely irrational take, but I just can't handle Con Knipple on the Blazers. And I don't have to worry about it because apparently he's number 4 overall. And Danny's like, are you prepared for Knipple to just be an absolute baller? And I said, if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to raise my hand that it's an irrational take. I want nothing to do with Con Knipple. And he's going to Charlotte, so I guarantee you that we won't see one inch of that guy for the rest of his career because he's in Charlotte.
what you don't realize, though, is that he's really smart.
That's my thing. Like,
Do you think LeVar Ball becomes a father figure for him?
Anytime you
Might as well.
They always say that. They're like, well, he's not athletic, but he's a smart headsy player. Stop it.
High IQ guy?
Stop with the weird white guy like comps. Oh, he's a tough kid and he slaps the floor.
I've got some scouting reports for you. This from The Ringer. It says, Knipple is a high feel player. Defenses pick him up beyond the arc because of his shooting ability. The vast majority of the time, he forces his defender to chase him over screens. Once inside the secondary level of the floor, he repeatedly shown a sense for how the defense is tilting to take away his primary passing options, which, if we're being honest, are among the best in college basketball. Very few teams were equipped with teammates like he had. And then it says that Knipple's margin for error on the defensive end will be slimmer. Despite having a respectable size at 6'7" and a lower body like a Humvee. Okay.
That's code
Is that
for
talking about his butt?
Is he the big dumper of basketball?
That's code for he's got a fat ass and he
Yeah.
doesn't move his feet very well.
Yeah. But it says his ability to
Sounds like an
navigate
alignment.
off-ball actions or contain ball handlers on an island in the NBA is a real question mark.
Yeah, again, not very athletic. Basically saying can't play defense in the NBA.
Not on an island,
Just no.
which is a lot of the game. A lot
have
of the time.
have fun in Charlotte. Go just get. I'm glad. I know. I wanted, that was my number one thing.
Not a Blazer.
Not a Blazer. He's Charlotte's problem now. Let him have at it, Con Knipple. And the fact that you're going to the place where NBA careers go to die.
I was just going to ask, is there a world, does a world exist where Charlotte just becomes a good basketball team and they're a contender in the Eastern Conference? Is that
doesn't.
ever in their, like...
The Wizards and the Hornets. You go there to just die.
Yeah. It does feel that way.
Yeah. CJ McCollum will be a Charlotte Hornet in like 2 years. He'll be... get moved. He's now a Wizard, and he's good. From New Orleans to the Wizard. And by the way, New Orleans is the same
That's
thing.
not great either. They don't even like basketball down there.
You're just going to have fun. Just get.
I mean, somebody asked.
I can't live in a world. I look at that kid and I'm like, really?
Somebody
That's
asked
the
us
fourth best player in the NBA draft?
on the text line yesterday after the Pelicans trade, sending. So let's see. It was CJ and Kelly Olynyk going to Washington, and then it was Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey going back down to New Orleans. And the texter asked, "What would you rather do? Get traded to Washington and play there, or B, just retire?" I mean,
Look, that's the one thing I don't fault Ace Bailey for being like, yeah, I don't want to go to Charlotte.
but I mean, do you want to go to Washington because they have the 6th pick?
No, maybe like Utah.
And honestly, I think he might, because now that they've moved Jordan Poole out and CJ's there, that is just a wide open runway for someone to come in and chuck 30 shots a night, and that might be what Ace Bailey wants.
Let's get meaningless points.
Yep.
Meaningless points in an NBA game.
How else are you going to get a new shoe deal on a bad team? Come on.
Well, the Jazz are on the clock now, so there you go. We'll see what happens with, and the pick's coming in, so we'll get the Jazz pick.
Text line also sharing with us that Maria, Dylan Harper's mother, is Latina, not Asian, and that she and Ron no longer together.
Well, of course, he's Ron Harper, for God's sakes. And I thought it said that she was like Vietnamese, so she's a Latina.
I thought that she
There's
looked
no
like
way.
she would that at least mixed.
Interesting. I'll have to do a deeper dive in this. Look, I know my Asians. That didn't look like a Latina to me, but I could be wrong.
Or maybe a little both.
Much like my hot con Knipple take, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah, the Knipple thing is fascinating to me because I get that he's got something that people want, but at the same time, even watching him at Duke, he clearly a big time step below where like a player like Flagg was. And you even mentioned earlier today, it's like, is he like an Austin Reeves or a Dalton Connect? And like those guys are fine. Like they're nice players, but 4th overall, franchise defining, I don't know. We'll see.
He's going to a place where he certainly should be able to get up some shots.
Well, let's hang around here for a little bit because I think we are going to get the number 5 pick. They're showing Ace Bailey on the TV right now. I don't think it's going to be Ace Bailey because he said to Utah, "Don't you dare draft me."
Well, that's why I think it'd be kind of fun. I'm rooting for Ace Bailey to get drafted.
And then you see if there's a
Utah.
trade or if you see if he pitches a fit.
I mean, you could see it like the NBA is weird because like when they if there is a trade, they still will make him go up there and put on the Utah hat.
Another new report in. They're saying
Here now.
We'll wait.
Pick in the 2025 NBA Draft. The Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey.
Wow.
Rutgers
Okay.
University.
So Ace Bailey is the selection. His camp said yesterday, we don't want Charlotte and we don't want Utah. So that means one of two things. They said, to hell with you, Ace. We think you're really good and we're taking you anyways. Or that's fine, but we think you're valuable enough. We're going to flip you to somebody else later.
It's possible. So I keep scrolling. I'm assuming that if something happens, Shams will have it.
I would imagine so.
That there'll be a swap. But to be fair to him, he's certainly putting on a good face. You know, he's not doing the Eli Manning bitter beer face. He's hugging everybody and.
Yeah, I mean, he popped up like he was happy to get selected there. So regardless of what his camp is saying, it looks like a big moment for him and his family. And
could be a little bit awkward when he's, when he has to go up and like meet the Jazz brass.
I'm as excited to see just what happens with him as anybody, not because I like want him to be a good player or whatever, but just because it seems like he has maybe the widest range of outcomes where he could be freaking awesome or he could be a space cadet bust. And it could be anywhere in between.
Yeah. Well, people are calling him the Shedeur Sanders, but Sanders fell to the 5th round. Ace Bailey was so good that he fell to the 5th overall.
I was yesterday listening to a draft preview, and somebody, because they're all trying to do comps, and they're like, we know that's not fair to all these guys, but almost everybody wants a comp. And somebody said the best I could really do for him would be like not even a poor man's, but like a homeless man's Kevin Durant. They said just because of like the length, the shooting ability, the ability to get his own shot whenever he wants and totally take over a game, but There are spaces where he's a little bit aloof. He kind of checks out. Sometimes he isn't always doing the team thing. He's doing the me thing.
Doesn't
And
that just sound like almost every NBA prospect now?
Yeah, it does.
It's like, kids. The amount of times I hear from an NBA draft prospect, like a top 5 pick, extremely talented, but kind of an idiot that doesn't play real hard. Like in the NFL, that's like an absolute killer. In the NBA, it's like, he's going to fall like a spot or two. There's just not many. There's just not many players in the NBA draft that are considered like elite.
Well, while we're interested in what happens at 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 before the Blazers, we're getting multiple reports now about Maria Harper, or formerly Harper. They're now saying that Dylan is the 5th or the 4th Filipino player in the league. So she may be part Latina, but she's also at least part Filipino. And that checks out.
I spotted that.
Yeah, you did.
I know what's up.
All right, we're going to keep things moving here so that we can get to the next pick. You are listening to an SOB edition of Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
It's
Pointing out the Washington we referred to in the Ducks Mods PDX report is Jet Washington, the nephew of Kobe Bryant. Need your mic on there.
Yeah, he's a safety. He's not.
So there won't be a connection between Beaver and Washington.
Beaver to Washington unless.
But Washington already committed to Oregon.
Yes. Washington and Beaver.
And then I love when our text line gives us little historical and worldly nuggets. This saying that and I don't know that you can make this direct comparison, but it says that Filipinos are the Hispanics of Asia, as a former Spanish colony. So both camps are sort of right on this one. You know what? That's fair.
There was a book written about it several years ago. Well, there you go. Either way.
So if the Spanish, then that would make sense. You could get a name like Maria for Filipino. And okay.
Bottom line is this: when you're a pro athlete, you end up with a hot wife. You ever is there an NBA player that doesn't have a hot wife? I mean, I think that kind of comes along with the territory, right?
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few times that you see like an NBA champion and then you see the wife and you're like,
Does one sport have disproportionately more ugly wives than any other? Like, football or hockey or baseball or
well, hockey players do well.
I mean, yeah, they do. Most pro athletes do just fine.
I don't know. I think it's a universal. Most of the time, if you're a pro athlete, one, you're probably a halfway decent looking fella. And even if you're not, you're a pro athlete and you got a lot of money. That usually lends itself to hots. Occasionally you do get the high school sweetheart that you're kind of like, she's been with him from the beginning. But even then you get the glow up. That's like the Patrick Mahomes, like the Brittany Mahomes glow up, or maybe the Kurt Warner glow up. All of a sudden you got a little money. I think about it like when you first see someone on American Idol and then you see them at the end of the show.
2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Good scoring guard in Trey Johnson, and
supposedly like the best shooter in the draft. You're hearing,
I think that seems to mostly be the book on him. And as we've discussed previously, we don't need to talk much about it because they're a dead end franchise, and it's not going to amount to anything.
No, if that's. I know no one wants to go to Utah, but I'd rather go to Utah than I would go to Washington and or Charlotte. So good luck, Trey Johnson, playing alongside whatever the hell is in Washington.
Listen,
I guess CJ McCollum.
Danny Ainge is still in Utah, and that man is an architect. We know this. And so that is clearly the better spot to be if you had to decide between the two. I also love internet/Twitter/X during this time because we get all sorts of fun little nuggets. I saw one that Dylan Harper's rookie contract is going to be worth $56 million, while his father's rookie contract was worth $35 million. And then Jeff Schwartz, the football O-lineman, the former Duck, saying, I find it staggering that 2 of the top 5 picks were from Rutgers, who won a combined total of 8 conference games. It's really amazing.
That is kind of strange because you would think in basketball too, oh my God, Cam Johnson's wearing like culottes.
Oh, nice. Oh, Trey Johnson, yeah.
Trey Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
He's wearing capris.
There was an NBA Finals. I want to say it was like around 2016 where LeBron was kind of doing the Angus Young look, almost like tailored boy shorts, kind of with like schoolboy shorts with the blazer, and he was wearing a briefcase. And
but he's wearing.
These are bigger and baggier than that.
Bigger and baggier. It looks like he's wearing like cutoffs. And then it's a suit, and then he's also wearing like white athletic socks, like pulled up.
I wonder if it's a sponsor.
It's a bad look.
It's not a good look.
It's really bad.
I'll tell you right now, if we can conclude that Dylan Harper's mom, hottest mom at the draft so far, I'm open to the idea that someone could come in. I think we can all admit at this point that Trey Johnson, most regrettable fashion choice. When you look back on it,
it's not going to age well.
Someone's going to be like, Trey, you look like a dumbass.
It looks like he's in like poor fitting prep school stuff.
It's a rough. That is a good look. Like he's in a Japanese boarding school.
And they like ran out of his size.
Yeah, and they're pulling up the pull up socks. It's a rough look.
It's rough.
Now we're getting down to like some
stuff that affects the Blazers.
We're getting down to some interesting things now because we're not that far away from your Portland Trail Blazers making a selection. So I think maybe we're getting into the point where if you get some surprises, because Portland's been linked to maybe 2-3 guys. Does anyone here kind of jump up and you end up kind of sniped, or all 2 or 3 of those guys that Portland has been linked to available at pick number 11?
Well, and that's just it, is like when it comes to best available, and in the NBA it's tough because it feels like so many guys. I don't want to say it's all positionless. There are bigs and there are guys who aren't, but there's so many transferable skills really from spots 1 through 4 now that a lot of guys, you want guys who can do a little bit of everything. But so determining who the best available is, and then also whether that person is marginally better enough for someone else to justify going and making a move. There almost always is somebody, but the price has to be right. And so I'll be interested to see because now you're also in a spot where you're getting franchises who should have, frankly, been picking up a little bit higher and really need something, picking now. And so they may be wary of moving off these picks because they were already expecting higher in the first place.
Yeah. Well, and to give you an idea, Portland so far has, like, in almost every mock, and you're just going off of groupthink and, sources, but Portland has been linked heavily to either Carter Bryant, the wing player out of Arizona, or the Kasparis Yakachunas, the point guard, maybe / combo guard out of Illinois. So that's in almost every mock. Those are the two that you see. And then maybe on an outside chance, if they're not available, there was some Agor Demon stuff. Again, another big point guard out of BYU. But those are kind of the three players that you've heard a lot of buzz about. And so now as New Orleans is on the clock at number 7.
Building around Zion and Jordan Poole.
I think now is kind of what you start looking at. Do any of those guys end up going a little higher than predicted? Because they did say it's kind of a wild card at this point in the draft. And it's just kind of dependent on who likes who. So
if you're looking at the big board right now, as far as, Portland's pick is now 4 picks away, or 5 if you include the 7th.
Yeah.
But the top 5 guys on the big board right now are Kamen Malawa, the big man out of Duke.
Which you would think is one, he's not going to be there, but he wouldn't be a pick for you.
No. Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma.
God, he's an undersized point guard.
Yes, he is. He's been a little bit of a lightning rod in this draft because people are really high on him because he's a really great basketball player. But as you mentioned, undersized guy, so people are wary of how he translates to the big league. Number 3 on the big board right now is the kid who missed his championship, Noah Essengay. We'll see. And then 4 is Kasparis Yakachunas, and 5 is Yegor Demon.
Yeah.
So, and then right behind that, Carter Bryant, who's another Blazers potential. So if one of those guys gets taken, maybe that affects what the Blazers do. But right now, we're probably not at that point at 7.
Yeah, and someone pointed out so far, no foreign players yet either. The last handful of drafts have been very much foreign player dominated, and so far we've got USA. USA.
How about that?
No,
America,
Edgecombe is Bohemian.
Oh, he's Bahamian, yeah.
Yeah, so there's I guess that's not European, but
No, but it would be international.
it would be international.
But yeah.
So.
All right, well, I think let's stick around. Let's get one more pick in here. Let's see if we get the 7th pick before we get to the club.
It says the pick is in for New Orleans. We're just waiting for him to go to the podium.
I got a handful of things for you in the club tonight, including an article I saw that ChatGPT, unsurprisingly, may be melting our brains.
I have never once.
Shocker! When you stop thinking for yourself, your brain stops functioning.
Well, I'm admittedly old, and it takes me a while to catch on to the hip new technologies. But I've never ChatGPT'd.
I have a little bit. I don't have like a subscription or anything. I've certainly used like the AI function, which I think is what Gemini, that's attached to Google, when you just search something and then they're like comes up with the answer for you.
Yeah, I'll do that sometimes, like when you search and it gives you the AI answer. But I've never gone on my phone and
I have friends who do, and it's fascinating that, I think it'll soon be a tool that for certain things, just instead of Googling it, we will just AI it.
My buddy, when we were in Rome and we were like in museums, he would do the ChatGPT and take a photo and be like, why is this important?
Yeah.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears from the University of Oklahoma.
Was that your dinner plate ice that you were talking about?
Yeah. So I guess that's an OU, I'm guessing?
It looks, so it's possible also that he wears the number 0, but it almost looks like a varsity font letter O that could double as a 0. So maybe it's for Oklahoma and his number. I don't know.
Well, one, he looks thrilled. He looks thrilled. I'm not sure he wants to be. Yeah, he does wear the number 0.
Okay.
Because he was a Michigan State kid. But he wore number 0 at Oklahoma. And dude, that thing is large and in charge.
Yep.
So
no doubt about who that
New Orleans
belongs
goes from one undersized guard in CJ McCollum to another one in Jeremiah Fears.
Well, let's take a break here, see if we can get the next couple picks squeezed in here as we begin the club. But yeah, ChatGPT, a tool for all humanity or melting everyone's brains. That study coming up in the club next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has deals
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, we are through the first hour of the NBA draft. So far, we've gotten through 7 picks. Brooklyn Nets, they are on the clock as we speak. The first couple picks of the draft went as expected. Cooper Flagg to the Mavs, Dylan Harper to the Spurs, VJ Edgecombe to the 76ers. Then it got a little crazy. Charlotte took Con Knippel at 4. Ace Bailey, despite voicing his opinion of not wanting to be a member of the Utah Jazz, was drafted at 5 by the Utah Jazz. Trey Johnson of Texas was taken in the 6th pick by the 76ers. And at 7, the Pelicans took Jeremiah Fears. Blazers have the 11th pick in this draft, so they should be getting underway, get their pick done right at the end of this next hour or so. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason.
Never ceases to amaze me just the volume that we have of these drops. I started yesterday. We were a little bit behind. Shocker, even on a best of going into the club.
What?
I did a drop-a-palooza that lasted for the entire 1 minute long jingle, and I had so much left that I still could have used.
There's just so many good ones. You could take the Halloween and shove it.
You can take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass.
One of my all-time favorites. That you want to know why that man is greatness? It's right there.
And
the grade A, the grade A bitch.
She's a grade A bitch.
She's a grade A bitch. Grade A prime bitch.
The one and only Martha
By the
Stewart.
way, the Ace Bailey draft memes that are coming in. Hold on, we got a pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Demin from Moscow and Brigham Young University.
So we won't spend a lot of time on this because we are now in the club. But yeah, you had mentioned not seeing many mocks or things that had Yegor Demin going ahead of Yakachunas, and that's now what we have.
Yeah,
so
everyone thought, at least everything I saw, was that Demon would be around when Portland picked.
So on one hand, if you're Portland, maybe you're glad that Yakachunas is still there. On the other, if you didn't think Demon was going to go till after,
who knows?
maybe it's one more team ahead of you that wants Yakachunas.
Yeah, they thought maybe it's a similar player, just bigger, but like Demon's like 6'9".
Yeah.
So he was okay. I watched a lot of BYU basketball this year, and he was like their 3rd best player, but he's young.
But bring me up to speed on the Ace Bailey memes.
Yeah, so Ace Bailey didn't want to go to Utah.
Right.
Like he specifically said, I do not want to go play
Yesterday,
for Utah.
his camp released a statement, we do not want to go
refused to meet
to Charlotte or to Utah.
He refused to meet with the Utah Jazz, and the Jazz selected him anyways. And kudos to ESPN, by the way, because ESPN did not zoom in. It looked like he handled it well.
It did.
He was hugging everybody.
He didn't have that look of like,
dude,
OS, now I'm going to have to go work my way out of this
Go
place.
to Twitter. like people are getting like the close-ups. Dude, my man is not. He's not doing well. He's got the look. It looks like he's got tears in his eyes. There is so many close-ups of him being like
the faraway look of like,
son of a bitch.
They did what I asked them not to do. What do I do now?
I told them I didn't want to go to Utah. I ended up and I wonder how much of that is just being in Utah.
Yeah.
Salt Lake City's not as bad as you think.
It's not.
Salt Lake City's getting better.
And honestly, if you care about your basketball career, there are worse places you can go to succeed.
And you're with Danny Ainge, but by all accounts, Ace Bailey's a dumbass.
Yeah.
And so, welcome to Utah. I love the fact that Utah's like, I don't give a F. You're coming here. Also, Cooper Flag. You can buy the Cooper Flag merch now.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what a signed Cooper Flag jersey is running you right now on the Maverick site?
$275.
$1,000.
What?
$1,000?
Oh my God.
For a Cooper Flag signed jersey? Basketball is $8. 800, 8 small, and
God.
1 large for a jersey or a ball signed by Cooper Flag.
What would they?
Sports memorabilia. That's
okay. So this is a serious
God.
question. What could you fetch for a Cooper Flag signed cocktail napkin? Like let's say he goes to the bathroom night and signs a sheet of toilet paper. What is the minimum a Cooper Flag autograph is going for? Because I don't.
Like authentic. I don't know, $1,000 for a jersey,
and
it's not even authentic jersey. It's the NBA swingman.
But I'm not like a big collector memorabilia guy, so I don't know. But I feel like when you see autographed balls and jerseys and things like that, that seems like an awfully high price.
And I would also like to point out, like when you buy an autographed jersey, realize that no one else wants your autographed jersey. The moment you get the $1,000 Cooper Flag autographed jersey, realize that you have a $1,000 piece of cloth that's hanging on your wall that will never be worth anything more than
and by the way, it would never be cool if you wore it, because like wearing your autographed jersey isn't any better.
Yeah, try buying that Cooper Flag jersey, and let's say 2 or 3 years from now, right? Like he becomes like everything, like he's the first team All-NBA. Yeah, that jersey's still not going to be worth $2,000. Like you're going to list that thing on Facebook Marketplace, and everyone's going to be like, if I wanted to spend $1,000, I would just buy the one that's available online. Like that's not like a game worn. It blows my mind. We have too much money officially. There's too many rich bros. Because if you're dropping $1,000 on a Cooper Flag jersey.
And if that price is the price, it's only set there because they know there's a number of people. Like they've done the cost analysis of it.
My mind.
There are enough people buying it at that price that they will make a ton on that.
The older I get, the more I'm just fascinated at grown men willing to spend a lot of money. Like when I was a kid, and even like in my 20s, I remember I have a couple autographs, but like the idea, it's the most fascinating thing to watch, like the card shows, because some of these dudes treat the people like garbage, and they just like herd you into a line, and you spend hundreds of dollars to slide something over to a person that just has disdain in their eyes.
That you've never met, does not want to be there, is only there because they need a buck.
They sign their name, and then they wing it back at you like, you fetch.
Keep it moving.
And it's like $1,000, and then you walk out of there and you're like, I stuck this thing on my wall.
What an experience.
The older I get, the autograph market absolutely fascinates me.
Well, the older you get,
when I saw the $1,000 price tag, that was Darren Ravel had that.
The older you get, the more likely you are to use ChatGPT. Maybe not for you, Suk. We talked about this just when we went to break. I'm asking, as you get older, are you maybe more likely to use ChatGPT?
If there's something came across like my life that I thought, I'm not so stubborn and like set in my ways that
I know you're not anti, but you're like, I haven't found a use for it yet.
Yes, there's nothing in my life that I can think of on a day-to-day basis where I'm like, you know what? If only there was AI here to solve my problem. Like I use, I fancy myself a bit of a handyman.
Sure.
If something happens to the house, I will always attempt to fix it first. And like YouTube and stuff like that.
Fantastic.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So if there was an AI, like I'm trying to think of like a situation like on a day-to-day basis where I would be like, could I ask, like, okay.
The one you bring up is a good one because I've actually, I think that Google is right now running an ad campaign based on their AI bot I think it's called Gemini.
Sure.
And the campaign, I've heard it both on the radio and seen it on TV, is a guy who is like trying to build something or put something together.
Yeah.
And And he says, okay, like, Gemini, what's the next step? And they're like, okay, you're going to take this part and attach it over here. And basically, while you have both hands working, you can listen. And then he goes, hold on, can you go back to step number 2? Yeah. And then it goes, sure. Step number 2, you're supposed to do blah, 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 blah.
That seems to make sense. I think I'd still rather watch a video and watch someone doing it.
Yeah.
But that I can see. But outside of that, I'm trying to think on a day-to-day basis where ChatGPT makes my life better or easier. And I haven't figured it out yet, and until that, I think that's a girlfriend. What is happening?
Is she
here?
sad? Is she happy?
Who's this guy? Do we know who this is?
That's Chloe Kitts, the South Carolina basketball player. Very good. That is CMB.
Murray Boyles.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's really good at South Carolina as well.
Well, she's really good at the NBA draft. I was like, ooh, we got a little power couple there.
She's a power forward / small forward. Not that I have watched.
And I'm guessing
a lot
she's
of
an
her.
Instagram star as well.
She's got some followers.
Got some followers.
Will Ortner might be included on that.
Getting that Cavender money.
See where we're going on that. All right, I see you. Shout out South Carolina. Go Gamecocks. But no, when something crosses my path, I will use it. But I've yet to find a use for AI.
Well, and I think with AI, right now, a lot of people are unable to differentiate why they would use that instead of just Google. Because Google, you can still get to a lot of that. I think this is just one step further, perhaps, in specifying what you want.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray Boyles from the University of South Carolina.
Now, do we think that Colin Murray Boyles and Chloe Kitts have a future together?
I have no idea, but they should go halvesies on a kid. If she's like a really good basketball player in South Carolina and he's a top 10 pick, dude, get a kid going there and start planning for the future.
So one of the places that
by the way, we are officially 1 pick away.
That's right.
So we'll
Houston on the clock.
We got Houston on the
then
clock,
Portland.
and then Portland. So right now, the 2 players that everyone had kind of mocked to Portland are available. Wendell Carter, the small forward out of Arizona, and
Carter Bryant.
Or Carter Bryant. Sorry,
Yeah.
not Wendell Carter. Sorry, still
Another NBA.
Another NBA. Yeah, small from Arizona is still there, and then Yakachunas, the point guard from Illinois. Those are the 2 that everyone had circled for Portland. Both still there.
You'll have a shot at one of them.
You'll have a shot at one of them because only 1 pick now with Houston and then the Blazers.
So one of the places that we've seen a ton of AI application is in the world of education.
Sure.
Unsurprisingly,
And I don't think it's good, by the way.
No, it is not, and that's what this study is all about. So this is a study from MIT. The study divided 54 subjects of individuals 18 to 39 years old from the Boston area. Divided them into 3 groups and asked them to write several SAT essays, or SAT-style essays, using OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's search engine, and nothing at all. Researchers used EEG, which monitors brain waves, to record the writer's brain activity across 32 regions in their brain. And found that of the 3 groups, ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement and consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels during that task. Over the course of several months, ChatGPT users got lazier with each subsequent essay, often resorting to just copy and pasting by the end of the study. The paper suggests that the use of LLMs could actually harm learning, especially for younger users. The paper's not yet been peer-reviewed, and its sample size is relatively small, but the paper's main author felt it was important to release the findings to elevate concerns as society increasingly relies upon AI for immediate convenience. Long-term brain development may be sacrificed in the process.
Absolutely terrifies me, and this is kind of what I don't mean to be the old fuddy-duddy, but there was a kid I saw recently. It was at UCLA, which, by the way, if you don't know, UCLA is one of the finest schools.
One of the top public institutions in the country.
Yeah, try getting into UCLA sometimes. Dude, that is a mother bear to get into. And there was a kid that was graduating at UCLA, and as he was walking across the stage, he held up the computer that he had used, I guess, like his capstone project, like thesis or whatever. He held it up to show everyone that he had just cheated. Like
they did it all for him.
They did it all for him.
Yeah.
And he was like celebrating it. And someone pointed out that you're at the point now where you're literally celebrating ignorance. You're literally, you are on stage promoting that you were too dumb or lazy to learn and get your degree, and that's what's being promoted. And I get the other side's going to say, well, he was smart enough to realize that this was pointless anyways, and he just needed a piece of paper, and why work harder when the computer can do it for you? But dude, at what point do we just lose the idea of independent thought? At what point do we just, like, that stuff generally worries me, that society, I already hear from people all the time that say, why do I need to know anything when I can Google it?
When I have the internet, yeah.
I hear that all the time from young people. And Will's a teacher.
You don't hear that from me.
No, Will's a teacher. Do you hear, because I honestly have heard, like, my friends' kids and people say stuff like that, like, I'll just Google it. I don't need to know anything. Why do I need to know how to fix anything?
Why would I study it when it's at my fingertips whenever I need it?
Yes, it's something that's common that's said. Yes, the AI thing is also common. There's also a lot of teachers who go through and have different database things or websites they can go to, and
AI
they put
checkers and stuff?
Yep. They put your essay in there to see if you are using AI. I think it sucks. Like
I see
it's taking the easy way out.
Teachers like posting
sucks.
videos being like, dude,
Yep.
I'm out.
Yeah.
She's like, every one of my kids, I know all of their assignments are AI and there's nothing I can do about it. And when I ask them to actually write something like in person, like write, where I know that it can't be copy and
Right.
pasted, they're saying it's like a fourth grader's writing it.
And I cannot imagine how devastating that must be for the educators, in that, especially even if you're trying to pull your weight and do your job, if there are other teachers letting kids do that, that's going to be the shortcut they're all wanting to take. And this policy, or the person who was the main author of the study went on to say, what really motivated me to put out the data now, even though it hasn't been fully peer reviewed, is that I'm afraid in 6 to 8 months we're going to have a policymaker who decides, you know what, we can just have GPT put together our kindergarten curriculum. And she says, I think that would be absolutely bad and detrimental. Not developing our brains are our highest risk for the youth.
Yeah, and that, and I don't know, maybe we'll find out years from now this study's horse crap, or maybe
Sure.
we find, but that it makes sense to me that if you teach kids that learning doesn't matter,
Or that the shortcut is the best way to go.
I just can't. I don't know. I just don't see how that ends up being a good thing. But I also understand that kids have to be given the tools to succeed in the future. And if the future is AI, you have to learn to use it. But God, some of this stuff just feels like we are careening towards, like we're to use the Metallica line. Yeah, the light at the end of the tunnel is just a freight train coming towards us.
Yeah.
It ain't the light that you should be running to. You're about to get run over.
Yeah, and a couple little nuggets from this from other people who have gone in and picked apart the study. 83.3% of the ChatGPT users could not quote from the essays that they themselves had written just minutes earlier. So you write something, you hit save, and your brain has already forgotten it because the ChatGPT did the thinking for you. Yeah. And additionally, the brain scans revealed neural damage and that neural connections actually collapsed during the process. It went from 79 neural connections before using the ChatGPT to using only 42 of those connections. So essentially a 47% reduction in brain connectivity when you start using the application.
Well, let's take a break because the Rockets are making their pick and then the Blazers, so we can come back and have the Blazer pick for you.
Perfect. Blazers will be on the clock when we get back. You're listening to The Club, Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
Check out the Fan merch locker.
Well, this is the club, but the Blazers are on the clock. So the number 10 overall pick was not one of the two people that we thought could be a Blazer, but rather was Kaman Malawa, who is the center out of Duke. He goes to the Houston Rockets, who, if you assume he's joining their starting lineup as a center, would make Şengün their power forward, Durant their small, Amen Thompson their shooting guard, and then Fred VanVleet running the point with Reed Shepherd coming off the bench. So
not too shabby.
nice little core there.
Yep.
Nice little core there. But now we wait on bated breath for the Blazers. It could be Yakachunas. It could be Carter Bryant. And we've got a couple minutes to figure that out.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is kind of the interesting part. I mean, so far we really haven't seen there's been a couple smaller trades, like the Charlotte Hornets traded Mark Williams, who was the Lakers tried to get, but they couldn't, remember last year with all the physical problems. So they're trading him and the Phoenix Suns for the 29 pick and a 2029 first-round pick. So there's been that. There's been a couple smaller deals, but we haven't seen anyone move up. So, I mean, I guess you could still have the idea, does Portland move down? They don't have a second-round pick. Would someone want to jump up and grab one of those? But we are all assuming at this point that Portland is going to draft this player. And, I mean, if you were to believe everything that we've seen, the pick is either going to be Yakachunas. I think that's probably where this is going. Or it's going to be the small forward Carter Bryant out of Arizona.
Yeah.
One of those two. I guess for a fit-wise, I would assume you just traded for Drew Holiday. In theory, he's going to be 3 more years. You still have Scoot. So does draft Yakachunas?
You would
is the
seemingly
one,
need Bryant more than you would need Yakachunas,
right?
But
Yakachunas is the one that from the get-go has seemed to be most linked with Portland.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I guess to me it's more interesting if you go with Yakachunas.
Yeah.
Because if it's Carter Bryant, cool, young athletic wing, you can never have too much, right? And you bring him along slowly. He was a freshman, and you already have some wings, and he can kind of come off the bench and do all that, grow and develop. If it's Yakachunas, then you got to start wondering, is Holiday going to be happy, like, coming off the bench? I would assume you're bringing in Holiday to start. And then that leaves Scoot as your backup point guard. You already have Sharp at the 2. Where does that leave Yakachunas? Can he be, because he's a point guard, but I guess he's bigger. He's 6'5", 6'6", but he doesn't shoot the ball that well. Can he be the shooting guard? Or do you now end up with the same problem you had of 3 point guards, 2 of them being very young, needing playing time, and then you've got a 35-year-old Drew Holiday. So I think it's more confusing, but maybe more interesting drama-wise.
Yeah.
If it's the guard at Illinois as opposed to Carter Bryant.
Well, and frankly, that just it feels like then that gives you a lever to pull later. Whether you can move off of whoever you want at whatever time you want. Maybe that means trying to flip Holiday. Maybe that means you're ready to move on from Scoot at some point in time. But I think. Just from seeing Yakachunas' game, I think it would be fun to see what more is there for him. It's not that you don't know what a Carter Bryant could be, but that kind of physical profile seems a little bit more cookie cutter in the NBA, whereas all the various skills that Yakachunas offers may be a little bit more appealing to me. Now, the graphic is saying that the pick is in, so we should just be moments away from finding out who the selection is.
Yeah, it says the pick is in, so we'll wait here.
But we won't go too early because we don't need to hear Screamin' A in his baby blue suit.
Oh, we got breaking news.
Oh,
here it is. This involves Portland. I just saw this on Twitter.
To the Memphis Grizzlies. So this pick coming up at 11 will be Memphis's pick.
Trading back.
And elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns draft Kaman Malawa, but they have also traded for center Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets. I'm told the Hornets are getting the number 29 pick in tonight's draft, as well as a 2029 first-round pick. So we know the Suns have had an issue with their front court size, but they have addressed it in a massive way tonight. Getting Kaman Malawa, they did not expect Malawa to drop to them at 10, but he did, and now they get him as well as Mark Williams.
All right, so at the deadline, the Hornets traded.
So
it sounds like the Blazers are going to make the selection of Cedric Coward, the small forward out of Washington State, shooting guard, small forward. That will not be for them.
That will be going to Memphis.
What's coming back? We're still trying to figure that out.
Finalized later. The Houston Rockets are trading to the Phoenix Suns the draft rights to Kaman Malawa, the 10th pick. And now, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Cedric Coward, from Washington State University.
Is that a tough last name to have? Coward?
Yeah, that is a little weird. But again, this is not for
No,
this
this
is not,
is
for, the
not for
Blazers.
Portland.
This is for
So
this
you,
is for
you have
Memphis.
Blazers fans shaking their jerseys, even though this is not their pick. And then, Celia, so this is the thing that ticks me off every year about the NBA draft. We just got done talking about Malawak's fit in Houston, forgetting that that was just a pick that Houston owned that was going to Phoenix because of the Durant trade.
Yes.
So that pick, Malawak not going to Houston. He's
Yes.
actually going to Phoenix as
Phoenix.
part of that deal. But this is the way the draft board's going to look all night. It's going to look like Portland drafted Coward, even though he's not going to be their selection. He's going to Memphis. So are you able to tell from Twitter what pick the Blazers are getting back?
It looks like 16.
Okay.
But no one has really said anything, but that's where the Grizzlies
The
were
Grizzlies are
selecting.
picking 16.
Okay.
So if we're assuming that it's
A trade
Memphis
straight up.
moved up from 16 to 11.
So you move back and get that pick and then maybe pick up a second or a player to be named?
I'm assuming that that's more picks.
Probably.
I mean, I don't know. So I'm kind of scrolling Twitter right now with Shams and everything, and I'm sure that will come out in due time. But I guess like we've waited around all day, and it ended up being very anticlimactic because both players that you thought were there or that you wanted are there, and you didn't draft either one. Although you may ask the question, if you feel like there's going to be a slide on either of those two players and they're available at 16, is this a shrewd move where you can still get one of your two guys that you had pegged there at number 11? Can you get one of them at 16? Can you get Carter Bryant? Can you get Yakachunas at 16, and you pick up something extra from Memphis? So maybe there's something there where Portland thought we're going to get one of our guys either way.
Couple things on Cedric Coward, too, by the way. So first of all, started his career at Willamette University.
Mm-hmm.
So he did start as a D3 kid, then he bounced up to Eastern and then ended up at Washington State. Ryan Russillo and Bill Simmons are very high on him, along with a couple other NBA-type guys. The reason why he's kind of where he's at is because he got hurt early on in the year.
Mm-hmm.
So he only played in like 6 games at Washington State before his year was done. And so you can see why he dropped back a little bit. He had to have shoulder surgery.
And the other thing that they're showing on the screen
They're
now,
very
and
high on him.
I had read this earlier as well, is he, even though it was only 6 games at Washington State, he was thought highly enough of that he actually entered the transfer portal and committed to Duke, but his draft stock was so high, he's just like, well, I'm not going to go back to college.
He's very well liked, and they think he could be a big star. So good thing the Blazers traded him away.
Okay, so here is the details. So Portland does move back to 16.
Okay.
They get a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando.
Okay. All right.
This is why these things are so...
But you know what? Getting another
Yeah.
first instead of a second, that's a win.
So they get the 2028 first. Again, that would be Orlando's, not Memphis's. Just, I mean, we'll figure that out in a couple years.
Yep.
And they get 2 seconds as well.
Okay.
And those look like those are 2 seconds from Memphis. And it doesn't say when those seconds are, because no one seems to care about seconds. Because Portland gave up their 2 to get Holiday, so now they get those 2 back. But yeah, 16, 2028 first round pick, and 2 seconds, and now Portland will bump back, and now they're picking at 16. So I'm with you. If they think that they can get their guy that they liked at 16,
And you're adding assets.
which is a 2028 first rounder, whether you end up using that or in 3 years, or whether you use that pick to then move and get something else. I know it's a bit anticlimactic, but this may end up being a nice little, we do this in the NFL all the time, where you're sitting there at 11 and you're like, hey, we don't really love anyone here. We got a couple guys that we think are all right there.
And we think they're all close.
And we all think they're all close, so let's just move back.
Pick up some extra
add some future
capital.
assets
Yep.
and still get our guys. So now we got to wait a few more. Hopefully we're still on the air by the time 16 comes around, but that's probably not going to happen.
Well, do you feel like kissing your friends on the lips when you see them this summer?
No,
Because
that's weird.
that's the new trend, according to one actor and Rolling Stone. We will get to that story in the club coming up. But first, Ortner has Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the NBA draft is here, and the Blazers have made a trade. They're trading Cedric Coward, who they took at the 11th pick, to the Memphis Grizzlies. They're going to get Memphis's number 16 pick, a 2028 first-round pick that Memphis had via Orlando, and 2 seconds for Coward there. So Blazers will be back on the clock on pick 16, which should be underway right around 7 o'clock today. The other big trade so far, the Charlotte Hornets are trading their center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick in tonight's draft and a 2029 first-round pick later on. For those of you who remember Mark Williams, he was almost a Laker as a part of a trade that just ended up not going through. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts.
Welcome back to the club. The draft continues. The Blazers, as we mentioned last segment, did not pick at 11 as we thought they might, or at least as they were scheduled to. They traded that pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. They've moved back to 16 in this first round. They also picked up a first-round pick in 2028 and a couple second-round picks as well. The player last off the board now is the kid who he got drafted by the Bulls, but it's Noah Essenge. He is the Frenchman who left his German club team to come to the draft, and he gets selected.
He's got jingle bells on his sleeves.
Yeah,
we thought they were like Christmas lights, but it turns out he's very jingly for some reason.
I think they're just little little accent baubles, but when they hang from his sleeve like that, it looks like he does have like a sleigh full of jingle bells there.
Yeah, he likes to. I would like to hope that they would ring. That'd be kind of fun. I think he's going to regret that decision, but welcome to Chicago.
So did I hear correctly that you do not think you'll be greeting your friends this summer by kissing them on the lips?
That'd be very weird. I'm not opposed to kissing my friends on the lips if they wanted to, like in a very, I guess I was thinking more of the cheeks. No, you're going with the Tom Brady lip kiss. I'm trying to think of the, what sort of celebratory mood I would have to be in to kiss.
Well, and here's where you may not be thinking, this doesn't have to
friends.
just be your male friends. You could be kissing your lady friends on the lips as well.
The BTJ wouldn't like that.
As I think many significant others may not, but now we have a Hollywood star who has been photographed on the red carpet twice in advance of his big blockbuster premiere, planting a big one on his co-star who has a boyfriend, and oh, by the way, he's gay. So we are talking about Jonathan Bailey. He is the co-star of the upcoming Jurassic World Rebirth with Scarlett Johansson. And if you look at Scarlett Johansson and Jonathan Bailey and search Kiss, they are embraced lip to lip on the red carpet, and that caused a stir with some fans because
he's gay.
He's gay.
She's married,
and she's married to Colin Jost.
She's married to Colin Jost.
So I don't know whether he has a significant other or not. But Bailey said, quote, "I believe in being able to show love in all different ways. And if you can't kiss your friends, life's too short not to." Now, I'm not really sure how that logic works exactly. But he goes on to say on the Fan, let's see. It says Bailey opened up about the challenges that come with being an actor as a gay man. Any sort of sense of prejudice against sexuality is something to fight against. And what better way to do that than to go and play any kind of character?
Are we still trying to pull the Hollywood is against gay actors? I would think if there's one spot in the world that embraces
he goes on
gay,
to,
I would assume that's Hollywood. So why don't we tone that down? It's not like you work out I'll tell you what, if you're like a roughneck oil worker and you're openly gay, I'm with you, brother. That's a hard road to tread. You can't get me that it's hard to be a gay man in Hollywood. Next thing you know, you're gonna tell me it's hard to be a lesbian in the music industry. Stop it.
So he keeps his relationship status private, but Scarlett's been married to Colin Jost of SNL for 4 years. And he says and this is where I think he fesses up to this. He says being an out gay actor historically meant that you either wouldn't be able to play straight or that there weren't any gay parts for you to play anyways. That has obviously changed massively. He noted as some of his biggest roles have been as heterosexual characters in both Bridgerton and in Wicked.
Well, so I would like to point out, like, if you just look up gay actors, dude, my God,
quite a few.
There's like 1 million of them. Stop it. This guy.
But what he is saying is that
it's already a jackass.
It's totally fine for you to go up and just smooch your friends of the opposite sex on the lips this summer because, too much love not to.
Boy, look, hey, if two people are comfortable, you do whatever you want. I just think it'd be, first off, again, I need to find much better looking friends. I'll state that right now.
And I can't imagine that someone like Colin Jost is threatened by this, but even so, would you be like, well, what's that about, honey? Or are you just like, I don't know, he's your no, that's my gay coworker, don't worry about it. Or is it like, I still don't really get why that would be a thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So the BTJ, we're at the holiday party. Dude comes over. And I was looking at that kiss. They get into it.
Yeah, it's a legit. Yeah, I mean, they're not Frenching, but
that's a Tom Brady mouth kiss.
Yeah, full embrace.
I think I'd be pretty cool with it. One, I think I'd make everyone uncomfortable, and I'd start making some jokes. I think I would need an explanation. I think I would probably do the whoa, time out, and then upon further review, I don't really get mad. I'm not the jealous type, but I would think it's a little weird. I do think I would.
What is that?
I think I'd probably need a heads up. Hey, by the way, like
you just saw one of your buddies like planting one on the BTJ. It's not that you're necessarily thinking something
it's not
of
the
it,
buddy,
but
if I knew he was gay, well, I don't know. Like I'm trying to think. Like my chiropractor is a buddy of mine, and he's gay, and I love him dearly. Shout out Seth. He's a phenomenal human being. This is what if Seth kissed the BTJ? No, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
I think it would be a little weird.
Well, now, so that begs the question: does the significant, or does the person on the other side of the kiss have to be gay for you to be okay with it?
Yeah, probably. Like, if she was kissing her,
your
friend,
straight buddy, like somebody from your gym, or like.
Well, I would say it would have to be hers because if it's mine, then it's double weird.
Party at the Souk house.
Yeah,
Rop and Nurse Nice show up, and
Yeah,
how
I
do
can't-
BTJ and Rop greet? By kissing like ScarJo and
That's
Bailey here.
probably not good.
Don't kiss other people's significant others.
Yeah,
I would
that's
think
not.
That's
Don't
not
do it.
gonna work.
Yeah.
Even if you're gay
Boy,
and they're straight, don't
I'll
do it.
tell you what. In my
Don't do it.
house, you know who though could like, if it was the BTJ kissing someone or me kissing another girl, I promise you, it would go over way worse with me kissing someone else.
And would you even be able to get away with? Well, she's gay. It doesn't matter.
No, I'll tell you that
I
right
wouldn't
now.
think so.
This only goes one way.
I'm gay.
There's no way that a gal is letting her husband kiss the lesbian friend. Not gonna happen. I'll tell you right, BTJ would take a fork and stab me in the eye. 100%. There's
running for
no way
president
that
of
would go
Asia.
down. Yeah, the gay thing, like it's, and here's the other thing too. Every guy will assume that gay guy is pretending. He'll be like, no,
100%.
no.
Oh, how convenient for
Yeah.
you, Mr. Bailey. You're just making out with ScarJo now.
He's gonna do how gay are I need a report on how gay are you? Like what are we talking? Like 73% gay, 89%, 100%. I need stats. I need details. By the way, this is not gonna be a trend. Well, maybe in Hollywood, this is not gonna be a trend anywhere else.
Someone says
not gonna happen.
maybe Richard Dawson was ahead of his time with this whole kissing thing.
Yeah, Richard Dawson was making out with every.
Oh,
I'll tell you
yeah.
what, Richard Dawson didn't make out with any guy.
No, he didn't.
Richard Dawson was making out with like 12-year-old girls, and it's creepy. Look up Richard Dawson kissing girls. Most terrifying thing you'll ever see.
It's lechy. It's
Dude,
like
and they're like 12. He's like,
everyone in the family, from the grandmas to
Yeah.
the little girls. It's
Richard
not
Dawson
good.
will be like, he was the old host of the Family Feud.
I know who he is.
Yeah, he'll go up to
Well,
like a
that could have been a
12-year-old girl,
blind
and they'll be
spot
like,
for you.
got a boyfriend? He'll be like, oh my gosh.
No,
you're
of
gonna
course
break-
you.
You're gonna break everyone's
No,
heart
you're so
when you-
pure, honey. Give me some sugar.
Yeah.
You're like, what?
Yeah,
Whoa,
you're like,
what?
a Richard pedophile. He's the original Jeffrey Epstein. That guy probably built Epstein Island. Yeah, this can't be a thing. It just can't. You can't do it. You don't unless you want to cause major problems. Don't do that.
Now, how did text line asks now? How do you and Rop react when Nurse Nice and the BTJ kiss?
That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. I post up and I'm posting up and I'm watching that like Spy versus Spy, just just like paper, just like peeking over the top, like what's happening here? She would never. That would, again, very different scenario. Guy sensibility, girl sensibility, but trust me, girls aren't going to be okay with that. I do think most girls would be okay if you kissed another guy.
Yeah, but
The guy wouldn't be cool with it.
that's right.
No.
That's probably right.
The guy would not be cool with. Although girls do, women do kiss other women.
Yeah, that is true. Like
That's
you
always
hear-
interesting.
Yeah, you hear that like growing up, like the BTJ will say like I've kissed friends, and you can get away with that. Dudes, you can't get away with
No, yeah,
it happens
it's
at
not-
bars a lot. Yeah.
that. Dudes kissing other dudes.
No, women kissing other
They're hanging out
women.
at the Will's hanging out at the Eagle. I think he puts the orange bandana.
Well, you drove me there the one time.
Yeah, look, I like the Eagle. I had a good time there once. Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you want to have a good time and you want to drink for free, go to a gay bar.
Dude.
It's the gay bars know how to party. You will throw down and have a great time.
There's a place in San Francisco that we would go for like hungover brunches, and it was like brunch meets a club, and it was in the Castro district, and it was called Lime, and all the waiters had like midriff shirts, and they're coming around with like espresso martini shots, and they're like grinding around as they're serving your pancakes and waffles. That place was a scene and one of the best day parties in San Francisco.
We were at Departure once, that little rooftop bar.
Yeah, I know that spot.
And I didn't realize, but it was like, I guess they have Pride
Oh,
Night.
and by the way, there goes Carter Bryant at 14. So but Yakachun is still
Yakachun
out
is
there.
still on the board with one
Blazers
pick.
2 picks away,
Yeah.
and also Derek Queen has gone as well.
Yeah. So there's Carter Bryant, but maybe Yakachuna is still on the board. And if you can get him at 16, again, you got one of the guys you were slated to get, and you picked up a future first in 2 seconds.
Well, let's do this. It's 2 picks away. Let's make sure we're back in time for the Blazers pick.
Go.
We should get it by the end of the club, and we will do that as we wrap things up next on The Fan.
Yeah.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
So we got a minute 50 left for the Oklahoma City Thunder pick. They have the 15th spot, and then it's the Memphis pick, which belongs to the Blazers. So technically, this pick, and then one more, we get Portland's pick. I did see something funny on the text line pointing out. So now you have New Orleans, who shipped off C.J. McCollum to get Jordan Poole in return. So you got a core of Jordan Poole and Zion Williamson, and then they added Derek Queen, who has a reputation a little bit, and someone said, "Are they just putting together the all idiot team over there?" And
Well, that's
it's
what
possible.
I wanted to do in Portland. Remember, I wanted to bring in like the new version of the Joe Blazers.
You know what?
Every jackass known to man.
You can listen to that on our podcast platforms because that was such a wonderful roster assembly segment that we used it yesterday on the Best of Primetime. What the Blazers should do with their roster. We included, I think, we got Ja, we got Zion, we got Ben Simmons, we got Grayson Allen, we got, I'm trying to think who the other guys were, but we were filling out a full, at least 8-man rotation with that one.
Well, we'll see, because the Oklahoma City picks in. So in theory, right as we're going off the air, we might be able to weasel in the Blazer pick.
I do have two.
And just know that whoever Oklahoma City picks here will end up being
they'll
the
be
best
great,
player in
and
this
the
draft.
Blazers guy will probably be a bust.
The Blazers guy will kick rocks, and the Oklahoma City kid.
Well,
in like
at this
2
point,
years
you know
will
what might sting is if Yakachunas goes in this spot and then is good in OKC.
Ends up being great.
Yeah, and is like part of a
Yeah,
contributing member of a championship team or a dynasty.
They
and
move on from Alex Caruso because it's too expensive, and Yakachunas comes in
Just
and
the guy.
is like their sixth man and just dominates.
What about if it's Cedric Coward? Like you literally had
or
him.
Colin Coward.
That's
Or-
right,
yeah.
Colin. Would you like to hear that?
Yeah,
Big
give me
night
this.
for Colin
Give me-
Coward.
give me this.
Yeah, I would.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Coward here. This is a young man with the ultimate bet on yourself story.
Funny for a couple reasons. Wasn't that other kid from South Carolina? His name was Colin. Was that right? Was that correct?
Colin Murray Boyles.
So there was another Colin. You get how she would get that, but also funny because when Colin talks now, he won't even mention ESPN by name as a former employer that kind of hosted him, and
he
so
says the other place,
so now
but-
it's that former employer
Hey.
that's using his name instead of the draft pick. It's great.
I love the fact that they took a risk on a 61-year-old, plucky, undersized white guy.
And not a backwards hat guy.
No,
you
he's
know
not,
he'll take it seriously.
You're going to get some professionalism, and maybe he'll dye his hair again for you. And he's Midwestern sensibilities. Now in Chicago, he's going to be slapping the floor. Colin may not have all the athletic talent, but boy, he's going to play hard. He's going to smart play, tough play. That's how he's going to do it. Congratulations on Colin Coward on getting drafted.
Well, I'm surprised that this sort of thing doesn't happen more often, or maybe it does, and it just doesn't end up being publicized. But we have a former, I guess you could still say, current rock star, but heyday a little ways back, had a surprise child, or a child who came forward and said, "Hey, Dad."
This happens all the time.
It does.
You just kind of, you write a check and you get it to go away.
Any guesses? This rocker is 69 years old.
6'9", and then this is his first illegitimate child.
Well, I don't know
Believe
if it's
that
his
for a
first
second.
or just the one that's most recently come forward, but there was, let's see, someone essentially did a 23andMe DNA test. Her name was. By
the way, is 23andMe the worst thing that ever happened to like celebrities?
Maybe.
Like celebrity, like old people. Like what? What do you mean I got another kid?
Yeah. So
Do you have to pay for it? Like if that kid's like super old, can you get like back child support?
well, Aunt Edwards just did the thing where he said, "I don't want to ever."
Yeah, he's paid up front.
He's like, I'll pay all 18 years now, please.
Yeah, but like once you're like 23, I don't think you can get any money out of them.
No. Well, the rocker we're talking about is one Billy Idol.
Oh.
Who has a son that he said he can't be surprised given his promiscuous lifestyle, but he only found out a few years ago about his son, Brant, who was born in the 80s.
Right.
They asked him if he was surprised, and his quote, "Maybe a little bit, but the more I thought about it, I guess there must have been something like that." He goes, because we were going around in the 80s and the 70s just having knockdown, drag-out sex with a million people you didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, good for you, Billy Idol. I like that he's like doing
Thinks this happened around the Rebel Yell tour in '85.
Boy, I'll bet you Billy Idol during the Rebel Yell tour was just knee-deep in skush. You know that thing was just, boy, he was swatting them away, or actually he probably wasn't swatting them away. He was just bringing them all in.
And he did think he only had one son, but then Brant came forward a couple years ago after this 23andMe test and said, "Hey, Dad." And there he is.
His kid is the only son he knew was named Wolf Broad.
Right. So if you look up Billy Idol and Brant, Brant, that is the new surprise son.
Yeah. He also had a kid named Bonnie Blue Broad. Oops.
Bonnie Blue Broad. I saw that too. Like
Again,
what?
I think that's the wrong Bonnie Blue.
No, it is the wrong Bonnie Blue, but maybe also not far off.
Yeah. Good for Billy.
And then additionally, I also saw another headline I don't really even know how this happens. I mean, I guess it's a dentures situation, but another performing artist who we know well, I don't know about well, but we're well aware of, lost their teeth performing on stage recently. Did you hear about this one?
No. Like they were fake teeth or like a tooth fell out?
That's what I'm trying to ascertain here, but apparently I Hope You Dance singer Leanne Rimes ran off stage after her teeth fell out mid-concert.
Leanne Rimes doesn't sing I Hope You Dance. I think that's Leanne Womack.
Ah.
Look at me knowing my 90s country.
You're Leanne's. What did Leanne Rimes do?
Leanne Rimes sang
I mean, I would know it.
Leanne Womack was the I Think You Dance lady.
And this happened in Washington. It says the surprise incident unfolded Friday at the Skagit Casino Resort in Washington as the 42-year-old Grammy winner sang her hit song One Way Ticket.
Is that really a hit song?
I don't know. Last night I was on stage in the middle of One Way Ticket, and I feel something pop in my mouth. And if you've been around, you know I've had a lot of dental surgeries, and I have a bridge in the front, and it fell out in the middle of my song last night.
Oh.
And then, How Do I Live would be the one that, that was the Con Air song, the How Do I Live Without You? How do I live?
Yeah, that might be Leanne Rimes. So was this Leanne Rimes or Leanne Womack?
No, this was Leanne Rimes.
Okay,
I just got the wrong song for it.
Okay.
Well, we have 1 minute left in this show. It says the pick is in. So I say, damn it, we tempt fate, and we stick around, because I think we'll be able to hear it, and then we'll be able to say bye-bye.
We'll try to get you this pick. We're just we're waiting. But it made me think of this. The summer solstice party that I went to in Bend, Enlightenment was happening. One of the gals there who was an attorney, she was eating some high chews, and one of her crowns came off. And she was very enlightened and thought the whole thing was hilarious. Kept eating high chews. Another one came off.
No.
She lost two
Stop after one, honey.
That's when she got the first one and it fell out. She thinks she swallowed the second one.
Jeez.
We're like, maybe you take a break. Maybe stop. Maybe you've been enlightened enough. Stop.
I'm pushing it, Ortner. We're doing it. We're sticking around.
It's not a hard break.
It's not a hard break, so we can hang here for a second. This has been a Blazers draft edition of Primetime, kind of.
Hey, we
got assets.
Yeah, early in the draft, we were sportsing.
Yeah,
the Blazers moved from 11 to 16 with Memphis. They got a 2028 first-round pick from Orlando, and they got 2 seconds. We don't know when those 2 seconds are, but that's what that is. And the number 11 pick ended up being that kid from Washington State.
Colin Cowherd.
Colin Cowherd.
With the hot takes.
With the hot takes. A 61-year-old undersized white guy. He's going to be great in the NBA. Quit telling me the pick's in and make the damn pick
Maybe there's another trade. Maybe that's why it's taking so damn long.
They just keep moving down. Look,
our listeners deserve this.
Yakachunas is still on the board.
I would be thrilled if I were a Blazer fan if that's what you end up with here.
Yes, because Yakachunas has been a guy that for like the last month and a half has been linked to Portland.
He's worked out with them.
Yes.
They like him, and you've acquired other assets by moving back and now could still have him.
See if Shams has it.
Yeah, come on, Shams.
No, so far Shams does not have any.
Danny just tweeted 59 seconds ago, "What?" in all capital letters.
Whoa! So I'm guessing it's not Yakachunas. Who is it gonna be?
He just tweeted what?
Like he knows what it is and is stunned by who it's gonna be.
Huh. It gave the illusion of surprise.
Son of a gun! What are we doing, Shams?
Somebody's got to have this.
Dude, I'm scrolling Twitter left and right because. Dude, by the way,
We're pot committed now.
It says that the pick is in, and it's been this way for like 2 minutes. But like Shams does not, because he.
Okay, Danny retweeted someone named Jake Fisher and says a stunner Hanson Yang to Portland at 16.
Who the hell is Hanson Yang?
Is that even a real person?
Did we get ball sacked?
Who's Hanson? What's a Hanson Yang?
He's a Chinese basketball player. He's 19 years old, and he's a center.
Come on down, Hanson Yang. We know nothing.
Dude, the city of Portland's going to burn tonight. The Spirit of 75 bar, there is a Blazer fan right now that's losing that a 19-year-old Chinese center named Hanson Yang.
We know nothing about Hanson Yang, but I'll tell you what, we'll be armed with information tomorrow. This has been Primetime. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, 3 to 7. Good night.
Friendships of space.